Day is?
It's National Selfie Day.
Just take a selfie and email it to me.
Can I get an Aussie?
Back where I'm from, we call those selfies.
Well, it's not myself, yeah? It's us. And a Aussie.
That's not a selfie. Someone else took that photo.
It was a selfie.
Yeah, selfie.
Selfie. And post.
Looky here. It's showtime, folks.
Well, color me happy. There's a sofa in here for two.
First time in an elevator.
Penthouse. The Penthouse. Wow, great view. I bet you can see all the way to the ocean from out here.
Penthouse, top floor, got everything I need and a lot more. High ceilings, marble floor, and my penthouse.
Hey, Mr. Greek, can I get your autograph?
Hey, Greek, what's happening, pal?
I'm 6 deep behind a 4. You can't find me.
Oh my God, it's Greek!
You're listening to The Penthouse. Here's The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yeah, you're in The Penthouse on a Wednesday, first day of summer. What? Get out the beach chair and the tanning oil and work on your tan. It's nice for us all year round, but we'll make like we're regular people and only get a summer for 3 months. But we're in South Florida and we get it all the time. But it is the first day of summer. We got a big giveaway for you at 11:45. We got Rapids all week, so you could really kick back and enjoy summer. Only for you guys. Listen to Real Radio every single day because we appreciate you so much. Jimmy's in the house. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello, and good morning.
And without further ado, do a further good morning to Francis.
Hi, good morning. What is going on? Happy first day of summer.
Happy first day of summer. Yes. A little happier day today. I don't normally bring my problems to the show, but I thought I'd share exactly why I was out yesterday.
Okay.
And I want to because I want to give props to somebody out there. And so I'll give you the real quick story. I had a rodent die in my car, and nobody would help me. I've called animal control. They wouldn't even recommend anybody because they can't interfere with, giving like a business a hand up or something like that. I've called all kinds. If you just like Google, what do I do when something like this happens, right? And all these companies come up. I call one after another. They either don't call you back or they say they can't help you because it's in a car.
Huh.
I called Kia. Kia wouldn't do anything about it. Then Kia tipped me off, and again, I'm giving a quick story here.
Yeah.
Kia tipped off that what we'll do is we'll pass you on to our detailing company.
Okay.
So I was like, ding, light bulb, right? So I called up a couple mechanic shops too outside of Kia. They wouldn't touch it either. So
interesting.
What I ended up finding out, I called a couple detailing companies. One said no. Another guy called me back because I'd just gotten his voicemail. And I want to give a big props to Daniel Garcia at Garcia's Detailing Company. He was finally able to come out. He scheduled an appointment with me right away the following, because that was Monday into Tuesday. So he made an appointment for me right away on 8 o'clock yesterday. So that's why I had to stay home and get this taken care of. Because, we're talking to where...
I am surprised that it was that difficult for you to find somebody to help you.
Nobody wants to touch it because...
Why?
Because an animal control, people that get rid of rodents like in your house, that type of thing, they don't want to go into a car because they're not mechanics. And mechanics don't want to touch it because it's a dead animal. Sure. They don't want to deal with that. And that's basically what I ended up, calling when I talked to Daniel over at Garcia's Detailing. He was, because he does both, right? So he cleans and he's able to work with cars. So obviously, because of what they do, and obviously they detail big rigs, boats, motorcycles, cars, SUVs, a whole 9 yards. So that's where it ended up landing. So that's the somewhat quick story of why I was out yesterday. And let me tell you something. That was the first time I've cried as an adult.
Really?
Since I put down my dog because I didn't know what I was going to do. Nobody would help me. I had 3 days that people would not even call me back.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get any help. And I mean, you want to talk about a helpless feeling. Mm-hmm. The absolute
How did you
worst.
find out that it was in the vehicle? Was it a stench? Was it
So I found yes, the smell.
Yeah.
All right. So
okay.
about a week ago, and then I found one dead underneath my seat.
Okay.
Pulled it out. Day later or so, I heard the scurrying of another one.
Wow.
So I was like, boy, I got it. So I went and got some traps, hoping to get it while that one was alive. I'm assuming it was mama and babies, right?
Yeah.
So I took out my fan. I took out a bunch of stuff that got nested up in my air duct. So I'm assuming it was somewhere in my air ducts.
Okay.
And that's why nobody wanted to.
That's
just
insane.
Didn't even want to.
I'm sure you're not the first person who's dealt with this before. So I'm very surprised that there's not a company or something that specializes in what you said.
Apparently, this is the route to go.
Interesting.
Is something like that. So again, a big shout out to my buddy Daniel at Garcia's Detailing. Go to garciasdetailing.com. You can look up his prices because he's great. He did a great job too. I mean, set aside the fact of what he did to help me out.
Yeah.
I mean, did a fantastic job. He did the entire interior to get rid of it because I have cloth seats and everything. So I knew, and carpeting. So obviously the odor and the bacteria were going to get into that. So I wanted that stuff cleaned out anyway, but he did such a fantastic job. So again, thank you to Daniel, and I hope that I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Man,
I mean, because I was getting sick from it. I'm still not 100%.
I'm sure.
Where just breathing in that and so I got in my car this morning, and there was no odor. It was still the nice smell of him cleaning it yesterday. So
that's great.
Knock on wood, we've got the problem under control. But he even warranted his work.
Oh, awesome!
I mean, you want to talk about it? He says if it comes back, just let me know, and I'll come back and help out again.
That's awesome.
I mean, just talk about it. I started crying in front of the dude.
Yeah.
I'm about to choke up now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
It's just amazing how helpless. I mean, just absolutely nobody. That you would think they would handle something like that. Is my point. So
you always think there's somebody who can handle any issue.
Yeah.
Then you just pick up the phone. You never have, but you say, "Hey, I'll call this person or that person."
Well, I'm glad you found somebody, and that is, as rare as something maybe like that happens. I don't know. It's good to know that you found somebody to do it. But I'm surprised. Yeah, that even your dealership couldn't lead you in the right direction either.
I mean, other than the fact that they sort of did, right? And I just got lucky that it's like, oh, okay, detailer, all right, well, maybe that's it. And I called their detailer, and they didn't call me back either.
Oh, I'm so sorry I had to deal with it.
It's just wild, and I'm having the same trouble getting somebody to trim a palm tree in my front yard. Nobody comes out.
Yeah, nobody calls you back either.
My neighbor will do it if you pay him $400. Just kidding. Because remember, my husband wanted the tree, his mango tree.
Yeah.
He was like, "Can you cut your limbs for us? Because it's like it's all over our pool and stuff." And the guy was like, and he was going to hire somebody to do it. And our neighbor was like, "I'll do it for $400." It's like, it's your tree.
Did he pay him?
Oh yeah, of course my husband paid him.
$400.
But you know what, Jimmy? I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Honestly, yesterday was National Jimmy Day, so I thought that's why you took the day off. I was like, he's celebrating his day. It was on the calendar. I looked.
No kidding.
Yeah, but
Wow.
sorry you had to deal with that. That sucks. I'm glad it got handled.
Yeah.
So.
Good thing it got resolved.
So good. Let's hope it stays this way. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed. But thank you for letting me vent and give my buddy Daniel a shout out there too, because he really, really deserves it. And talk about a professional. I mean, just came right out, very easy to talk with and everything. So
and a guarantee.
Thanks again. Yeah.
That's rare.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice.
Great job, Daniel. Thank you so much. It is the Penthouse. When we come back, we'll get into the submarine. Hopefully, there's going to be some good news about it. It's all over the place. People are talking about it. And a lot more in the Penthouse on today's what? Wednesday. All right, we'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be, I think.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage.
At T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
This
is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now.
Before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
That's AXS.com.
Hey, it's the Greek. Today is the first day of summer. Time to kick back, enjoy, and find a nice beach chair. Well, Trajan Wealth can make that happen for you, where you can enjoy yourself, enjoy the beach, and just kick back with a pina colada. Because they have a team of experts in the financial world that are ready to make your money grow. And every day, who doesn't want their money to grow? Call them today, 561-390-1000, or visit their website, TrajanWealth.com, for more information. Your 401k, you just can't set it and forget it. They can map out a plan to give you financial freedom to enjoy your retirement. CEO Jeff Jr. wants you to enjoy your retirement and life. So give them a call today, 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000 for financial freedom. Or go to their website for more information, TrajanWealth.com. They can make your money grow and let you really enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
We know that aging is not for the faint of heart, but the Landing of Lake Worth celebrates the rewards of aging and tackles the challenges head on. We believe life should be joyful at every stage, so we have a unique focus on wellness of mind, body, and spirit, bringing an unparalleled sense of optimism to residents and their families. Come home to personalized assisted living and memory care services at the Landing of Lake Worth, where happiness never grows old. Visit thelandingoflakeworth.com for more information. That's thelandingoflakeworth.com.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season and available in the produce section right now. Whoa! Hey, careful now. There's plenty of juicy watermelon and other tasty Florida-grown produce for everyone. I mean, all you have to do is ask for Fresh from Florida or look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you. Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
GiveMeTheVin.com now has 40 offices around the U.S. 40. We did $2 billion in buys last year, $2 billion with a B, because we pay the most, we're easy to deal with, and we take care of you, the customer. That's why we have 4 stars, the highest rankings of any car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com dominates. Why? Because we take care of our customers. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm back. And look at all the Fresh from Florida produce I brought home. You have heard of Fresh from Florida, right?
Fresh I have.
That's refreshing to hear.
Fresh from Florida produce is fresh as fresh can get.
And if we're going to freshen up daily meals, it's refreshing to know that locally grown Fresh from Florida produce is available year-round.
Well, that's a breath of fresh air. Got anything else?
No, I'm fresh out.
Look for Fresh from Florida where you shop. Learn more at followfreshfromflorida.com.
Pool season is here, but open roles got you underwater? Check out Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you order food for work on EasyCater.com, we've got your back. Real humans are here to help with your order every step of the way, making sure everything goes right, even behind the scenes without you knowing, confirming and double confirming with the restaurant that everything is on track. If there's a problem,
thanks for calling EasyCater.
Call us anytime, day or night, and we'll answer in seconds. We're right here with 100,000 restaurants, working hard to ensure the food arrives on time and is ordered. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, and it's summertime, and the summer series continues. Saturday the 24th, Patrick M. in the house. Spinning for you guys every Saturday night. Monroe's got famous DJs stopping in to play some music for you and to have a great time, and add to the beautiful ladies that are there 7 days a week. What a great way to end your week at Monroe's for the summer series. It continues all summer long. Great atmosphere, beautiful ladies, open at 5 a.m. and a 5-star menu. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the summer series continued.
Welcome to The Good Stuff. I'm Jacob Schick, a third-generation combat Marine.
And I'm his co-host and wife, Ashley Schick. We believe everyone has a story to tell, not only about the peaks, but the valleys they've been through to get them to where they are today. We're joined by some amazing guests who share the lessons they've learned that shaped who they are and what they're doing to pay it forward and give back.
Listen to The Good Stuff on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday, first day of summer. La-di-da, la-di-da. July 4th is going to be a couple weeks away, and I found out this morning it's on a Tuesday.
What?
And the company's giving us off Monday.
Say what?
Jimmy told me it's Bible.
I've already looked at. I looked at our days off on January 1st.
I know you. You're always off anyway. You're on vacation, Barbados,
all the time.
Mexico,
I've
LA.
never been to Barbados, but sounds nice. Let me put it on my list.
Let's go.
Bucket list. Bucket list.
You know, it's funny. Go ahead. You finish your intro. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That's it. Jimmy's here, Franny's here. Let's
Hi,
go.
that's it. What's up?
It's funny you mentioned that because remember we had that little discussion about President's Day. We weren't sure. And
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing it on the list, and Franny did.
Yeah.
And then we were going back and forth, remember? And then
Yeah.
so that's when I looked and had discovered that we actually have the 3rd as well. And I just figured maybe it's because the 4th is on a Tuesday.
So I guess it'd be
right?
like kind of weird to
Yeah.
go to work one day and then take that Tuesday
Tuesday
off. Yeah, but I'm curious if that is just how our company did it. If it's the 3rd's going to end up being like a bank holiday, I'm not sure.
I don't think it would be. I don't know. I don't think it would be a bank holiday, just the 4th. But maybe we can. And you said maybe you would prefer it better if it was the Wednesday.
I'd rather work Monday and then have Tuesday, Wednesday off because 4th of July shenanigans go into the evening with the fireworks.
You can take off Wednesday if you need to.
I'm fine.
And then you got Saturday, Sunday off, Monday, Tuesday. It's like a 4-day week. Throw in Friday, it's a week.
That is a 4-day week.
I mean, that's a lot. Why? Firecracker,
Boom,
boom. But Jimmy gave me the news of the day. He goes, Greek, did you realize that? So the submarine situation is not great. Hopefully we get good news. What do you feel deep down? You think no
pun intended?
Right. I don't think it's good. I don't think the situation is good. There was somebody locally who was talking about it on our news, who's like an expert with this. And technically, it's not a submarine; it's a submersible, is what they call it.
Oh, big word.
And they were claiming that they believed it had about 96 hours of oxygen. At this point, we are probably at 30 or 20. But
Thursday was their limit, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
And this is what they believe they had. And so, there's a guy who's an expert with this stuff, and he was saying like their chances are 1%.
Oh my God.
Is what he was saying. But so obviously rescue efforts are down there, and they have claimed that they were hearing pounding.
Right. Yeah.
So, but I also read that they need another submersible, and I think the only one can do it is the same company has this one to go down as deep as they are.
Oh my God.
Well, that's crazy. That's part of the problem, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we don't even have the equipment to be able to rescue them, even if we do hear them, from what I've read so far.
And I realized that yesterday or the day before when the first story broke about these people paying this kind of money.
Well, yeah, I told you that. You didn't realize how much money it was.
Yeah, I thought they were just scientists down there.
No,
I didn't know they had to pay $250,000.
Billionaires. So there is, and this is the thing, the more you hear about it, and no knock on the company that made this, the Titan is the name of it, but it's Ocean Gate Expeditions is the one who took it out. I don't know who made it. We had a couple people tell us that this Titan was made in like the Sebastian, Vero Beach area.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, we had two
good.
people let us know that.
Oh, I didn't know.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And so, but the more you hear about it, it's like, man, I would never go on that thing. So first of all.
And plus pay that much money.
Well, that never, ever. But I mean, there was a few things that they were talking about with this, including how it's controlled. Did you see this? It's like basically like a knockoff Xbox controller from 2010. It is a video game console controller is what they used to navigate. There's no GPS or radio on board.
Oh my God.
None. They get text messages.
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't get GPS down there.
So,
or at least that's what I read.
Yeah,
that's
but even a
reason.
radio or whatever, so they get text messages.
Yeah. They should have made everybody pay $200,000 and spend the other $50 on a text message. I mean, and do something like that. Figure it out. GPS. That's crazy.
It's just, you can't get out of it from inside. Somebody has to be on the outside of this submersible to let you out too.
Right.
So they're like, even if they get up on their own and there's nobody there to let them out, they can still suffocate
that's terrible.
from lack of oxygen. So it's just
Sad.
a recipe for disaster. And of course, we all want the
Them to be
best
rescued.
scenario to happen. But man, time's a ticking.
It is the Penthouse. We're going to come back with a trifecta, this day in history, and a lot more on this Wednesday. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Your shot to score $1,000 returns Monday morning on Real Radio.
The $1,000 in your hand is brought to you by Tropical Auto Sales.
Hi, I'm Tommy. And I'm Drew. Tropical Auto Sales is over 40 years old. And the reason Tropical has been around? We offer amazing deals on cars and finance. Yes, Tommy, and everyone is approved. We also buy cars for cash. So stop in for a coffee and visit Tropical Autos on North Lake Boulevard.
Tropical on the water.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we get started on this Wednesday. One or two little lingering showers across parts of the area from rain last night, but most of us starting off dry. We're back near 90 again today. Sunshine expected through the morning and early afternoon before a few more showers and thunderstorms return for us later today.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation and irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's the Greek. When you come home and your AC is down, it's like missing one number in the lottery. It's not a good feeling. Well, Filter by HVAC Solutions can help you with all your AC needs. Tune up for your AC, AC's installed, or any repairs, 24-hour emergency number. You got to give these guys a call because when it's hot and you come home and there's no AC, you're not happy. 855-4FL-HVAC. You need to stay cool this summer. Experts are calling for a very hot summer. And just like when your car needs a tune-up, your AC can need a tune-up. Normally $99, mention a Greek and get it for $49. 855-4FL-HVAC. Filter by HVAC Solutions. Cares about their customers and want to keep you cool this summer. Call them today. 855-4FL-HVAC. Stay cool, baby. Peace. Hey, it's the Greek for Precision Garage Door of South Florida. They have a large inventory of Hurricane garage doors. If you need a new garage door, look no further than Precision Garage Door of South Florida. They're the largest inventory in stock of Hurricane garage doors. Does your door need service? You can call Precision 24/7. They have a quick response time even on weekends, and there's no extra charge. Precision is locally owned and operated, and all the work is done by trained and certified employees. If you need a new garage door or your garage door is not working properly, you can count on Precision. Go to FLGARAGE.com.
Want to improve your marksmanship while saving ammo and saving money? Get better faster with the Mantis X Dry Fire Training System.
It's time to shoot tighter groups.
The Mantis X Dry Fire Training System.
Score 97, bang on the money.
The Mantis X is a smart sensor that fits any weapon with a rail or adapter, pairing to your smartphone or tablet. Analyzes your shooting and tells you how to improve.
Mantis.
94% of shooters improve after just 20 minutes. Go to MantisX.com.
MantisX.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're Storm Smart. Here in Florida, that's a name people trust. For over 26 years, we've been making storm catcher screens, the leading hurricane safety product on the market, protecting over 90,000 Florida homes in communities just like yours. And while storms may come and go, one thing's for sure, Storm Smart's here to stay. Day in and day out, we'll be here, working harder to make sure you can breathe a little easier. Smart is protecting our community today and tomorrow.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season and available in the produce section right now. Whoa, hey, careful now. There's plenty of juicy watermelon and other tasty Florida-grown produce for everyone. I mean, all you have to do is ask for Fresh from Florida or look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Not much has changed along the turnpike this morning. You've got a crash northbound before Boynton Beach Boulevard. One right lane is blocked. Slowdowns go all the way back to Atlantic Avenue. Broken down car in Boca, northbound 95 on the off-ramp to Congress, blocking a left lane. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country with 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime. For black men, that stat is 1 in 6. When prostate cancer is caught early, it's highly treatable. But because most men have no symptoms, it's vital to talk to your doctor at your annual visit about prostate cancer screening. Not sure where to start? Go to pcf.org for the help you need to navigate this disease and make the right decisions for yourself. Remember, it's your life. Go to pcf.org today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday. WWGD later in the show at 11:45. Your chance to win tickets to Rapids. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And now it's time for This Day in History and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creaky Trifecta.
The Reds won yesterday. That is 10 in a row for them. They beat Colorado 8-6. Everything in baseball is streaks. I've been saying it for years. DraftKings and all the other places that give you the odds. If you want to bet, the best sport I think to make money is in baseball because, again, it's all streaks and you're just betting the money line. You don't have to cover unless you're playing the run line. But the Reds won 10 in a row. They're playing Colorado again today, going for 11. Great streak for the Reds. And, again, they are really hitting the ball like the Marlins were. They had a nice streak, too. Marlins lost last night 2-0 to Toronto. Marlins pitch today, play again Toronto 12 o'clock. Yankees did win last night 4-2. And the Mets lost. Try to cover the people in our area where I know that are interested in the Mets and Yankees. And the NBA draft is Thursday night, and you can get down to the Miami Heat where they play, and you can watch the draft there, and it's free admission. So if you want to check out the draft, they're having a big draft party for where the Miami Heat play. I believe doors open up at 7 o'clock if you want to check out the Heat. And the Miami Dolphins, 3 kills under investigation. A little bit of drama Sunday night. He was at a marina and supposedly hit an employee. They'll look into that further and see what happens. Hopefully it gets resolved and there's no issues there. And that is your first trifecta today, sponsored by Tequila 512. Now over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
Well, let's travel back to our forefathers. 235 years ago today, in 1788, the United States Constitution comes into effect when New Hampshire ratifies it as the ninth state to ratify it. 144 years ago today, in 1879, Frank Woolworth opened the first 5 and dime store in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He sold items for no more than 10 cents. Then he went broke. He then opened another store in a better location and went on to become one of America's richest men. 78 years ago today, 1945, Japanese resistance on Okinawa was finally crushed. Less than 3 months after U.S. troops landed there, as the last stepping stone before the planned assault on Japan's main islands in World War II. 58 years ago today, 1965, the Byrds released their title album, Mr. Tambourine Man. Did you know that was a cover song for Bob Dylan, their title track on that?
Did not know that.
It was a cover song, a Bob Dylan cover song. Huh? 41 years ago today, 1982, a jury in Washington, D.C. found John Hinckley innocent by reasons of insanity after shooting President Reagan and others. He was released to his mother's care in 2016. I don't know if you remember, we talked about that at one time. But a judge ruled that he finally can move out on his own at that time as well. 33 years ago today, in 1990, Little Richard got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Another one of those coming up in a minute. 29 years ago today, in 1994, George Michael lost his lawsuit against Sony Records. He claimed that his 15-year contract was professional slavery since Sony could refuse to release his albums that they thought were uncommercial. 26 years ago today, 1997, the Women's National Basketball Association debuted with the playing of the New York Liberty, and they ended up defeating the Los Angeles Sparks. 22 years ago today, in 2001, Magic Johnson got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 20 years ago today, in 2003, J.K. Rowling published Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. That was the fifth book in the Harry Potter series. And finally, 11 years ago today, Greek just talked about him, and it's a milestone day for the Miami Heat as they defeat the Oklahoma City Thunder in 2012 to win the NBA championship that year. And that's what happened on this day, June 21st, in our history.
Thank you, Jimmy. Do it once a day to reflect on the day we are in. Breakfast is, a lot of people say over the years, is the most important meal of the day.
That's what they say. And these are habits from the times people eat to their favorite fast food breakfasts, stuff like that we're talking about for Americans. This is the Breakfast Habits Revealed, a study that was done. And there's new research reveals that, if anything, Americans eat a lot more in the morning than they do any other time. Online gaming website, it's called, I've never heard of it, Kino.org, asked 10,000 U.S. adults about their breakfast habits. And these are some things that we found out. So some of us, for folks who do purchase our breakfast in the mornings, right, go through the fast food, or maybe they go to Dunkin' or something, about 59% of them spend between $5 and $10 on average for their breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they do you want to guess what their favorite fast food breakfast is?
McDonald's.
Mickey D's is correct. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
You see all the lines every morning. I mean, and they're known for breakfast.
Yeah. They are known for their breakfast. There's a lot of other places that are too. But yeah, so McDonald's is number one on there. And they kind of, when you go into, there's an infographic, you can break it down by state. I'm trying to find where we have. Florida is actually Chick-fil-A.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So it's between Mickey D's and Chick-fil-A. I think there's like one state that has Wendy's breakfast and one that has Taco Bell as their favorite. But other than that, it's McDonald's, Chick-fil-A. They're at war together. But McDonald's has a majority of our nation when it comes to it. And then other things that are on here when they talk about this with breakfast and Americans, as for how often Americans eat fast food breakfast, 30.5% say never or hardly. 33.5% said have it every couple months. About 17.5% multiple times a month. And 10.7% have it once a week. And then almost 8% eat it multiple times a week.
Yeah, I think it depends on your schedule and obviously what you're like at home, if you have the ability or the time to make it at home, which is probably the best way to do it and least inexpensive and probably the healthiest.
Oh, yeah, I would get. I mean, it just, it depends on how you're cooking your food. There are options out there. There's 55% of us skip it on a regular basis as far as breakfast. Are you a breakfast skipper or you got to have it?
I'm men's and men's. Some days I skip it, some days. When I skip dinner, which I do a lot, then I have to have breakfast because I wake up in the morning and I'm hungry. Like last night, I had no dinner. But I made sure this morning I went to a place to have breakfast at like 6 o'clock.
And a majority, like you said, it's healthier to have at home. I mean, 91% of people who were surveyed said they rather have it at home than buying it from a restaurant or fast food restaurant, too.
Yeah.
So it's a large percentage, which is interesting considering the fact, G-Man, that you say that you see these lines all the time and how long they are.
Well, if you go past like McDonald's in the morning when I come to work, I always see a line out the street. At Chick-fil-A, I always see a line on Palm Beach Lakes. Dunkin' Donuts. Always a line.
Always. There's
packed.
one by me. It's always
Starbucks.
packed. And it's convenience, too. Sometimes
Sure.
you get up, you're running a little late, can't make yourself breakfast. But no, but I do understand. Yeah, sometimes it's just one of those things when it comes to convenience. But I wonder if something else that brings down the number is a lot of those people you're talking about, your buddy who eats one meal a day and it's giant. It's just meat.
Yeah. At the end of the day.
My mom does the same thing.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that kills it, too, because a lot of people are into doing that intermittent fasting.
I think sometimes a lot has to do with time. Like if you get up early enough, it's fine. If you don't, you're running late. You just run out of the house, grab something. Maybe if you got time, I think people would do it.
Time and money.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a big waste. Well, I don't want to say waste. I shouldn't say waste, but I mean, it can be expensive. It adds up. I mean, you said what, $5 to $7 a day?
Yeah,
easy
for breakfast. You add that up to 5 days a week, and you're over $100 just for stopping for a little bit of convenience. And if you can afford it, great. And sometimes
and that's
people
what it
need to
is.
pinch pennies, and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I remember, and it's every now and then, maybe on the weekend, my husband and I will sit together and I'll make breakfast and we'll sit and have breakfast. But other than that, it doesn't happen often. We sit for dinner every night together, but breakfast doesn't happen. But I just know, and I'm curious if it's still like that. People have kids every morning, every single morning, before school, whatever it was, we sat down, all 5 of us as a family, and had breakfast.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
I don't think you
times
see
have
that
changed.
today. I mean, it's changed in so many ways. Also, because I think a lot of, today, the average household, a lot of the mom is working. So it's very hard depending on her schedule. But like Jimmy just said, money, I mean, you go anywhere, and I'm not talking fast food, and you sit down, just saying you have breakfast. Say you get 2 scrambled eggs and bacon or something like that. It's like $13, $14.
Yeah.
Do you give a tip? It's $20.
I was gonna say you had that number there, and those numbers actually seem a little on the lower side.
Yeah, and those were more for the fast food joints,
Yeah.
the $5-10. Did you hear? Speaking of coffee, because they're saying obviously a lot of people start their day off with coffee, and we talked yesterday, Jimmy, that they said like when during that midday slump, instead of having a cup of coffee, to stick your head in a freezer, it works better for you.
Great idea.
Just put your head in a freezer. But there is a coffee out there, and we talked about the one. What was it? Was it cat poo that was somewhere in Brazil or something? It was some kind of animal.
Yeah.
Was it like some kind of wild cat or something?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Animal feces
Yes.
or something like
Well,
that.
now
that
there's
one you're talking about?
yeah. Now there's another one, and they're saying it's one of the world's most expensive coffees, and this one comes from bird crap.
Great.
Take a flight south with that.
No. Yeah, they say it's some of the finest coffee in the world,
Oh,
and it
God.
comes from inside the intestines of a bird.
Oh, my God.
They said coffee connoisseurs all over the world say that it's called Kopi Luwak, and it's supposed to be internationally famous. I haven't heard of it for its smoothness and aroma, and that's not all. They said that this is something that just high-end coffee, and people who I love coffee, but there's some people who just like really get into it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, deep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And it's harvested from the droppings of the jacu, I believe. They said it's a bird that kind of looks like a turkey. But it goes through its digestive system, and what comes out is, what they say with that coffee bean and everything gives it this distinctive aroma.
Sounds awesome.
And it's supposed to be really yummy. But
Call flying south.
it's a little
pass.
it's a little over $800 a pound.
Wow.
So that's why I'll pass.
How many cups can you get out of that pound?
I will pass on that. I mean, if somebody, and I'm down to try. Obviously, it's not like it comes straight from the bird to the coffee cup.
It
to the
doesn't fly
filter.
over and sit at your
no,
table?
No, they don't. It doesn't go from bird to grinder
I was
to.
gonna say maybe we can save some money.
Yeah.
Just hold your cup out. Okay, let it rip.
Obviously, there's a process. I would try it. I mean, why not? If somebody was like, "Hey, do you want to sample this?" I would, but I would never spend that much money on coffee. It kills me sometimes because I like this one, the Lavasso, the Italian coffee.
That's expensive.
Or the Illy. Yeah, and I get it when it's buy one, get one because it makes sense. And sometimes Publix does that. And it's my favorite. But it kills me to spend that much money when
And how much is that?
when it's not a BOGO. It's over. I don't know. Like the ones that I get, I think it's like $12 or something. And I like cheaper coffee. I'm like, it's coffee. I'll spend $5, $6, $7.
It is funny though in life that people don't
It
understand.
might even be more expensive than that, G-Man.
But I'm saying a lot of things. Like it could be a scotch, and you like a different scotch that's very inexpensive, and somebody has like Johnny Walker Blue. And I've heard guys, and it happens with me with cigars. I smoke Vega Finos. They're $7, and somebody will give me a cigar like, and they'll go like, "You don't even know what you're doing. This is a $40 cigar, but I like this. It's $7 and I like it."
Right.
Same thing with liquor, like you just said with coffee. Like some people don't realize it. Like you just acquire a taste and you enjoy it, which is good.
Yeah, I think it's been like $11, $12. And obviously, if you buy like the whole beans, the whole roasted beans, it's cheaper that way.
How about if you go to Italy and get it? And you come back?
It's probably way cheaper that way.
Yeah.
I mean, living there, but not flying out there.
I was going to say, fly over there. and get back.
Not that part. Not that part.
I'm getting some coffee. I'll be back in a week.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Great excuse for a vacation, Jimmy.
No problem there.
877-927-6969. What's the most you've ever spent on something that was like something you thought was very high end? And you'd be like, wow, that's a lot. $800 for a coffee?
Would you guys try this if somebody was like, here, I brewed this coffee for you, and this is what it's from?
Sure, just don't tell me.
Yeah.
So don't say this is what it's from.
Don't
Got
tell
it.
me what it's from.
And then if you're like, man, this is the best damn cup of coffee I've ever had, are you okay after that if they tell you what it's from?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're trying it, they're not charging you. Yeah. But if somebody said, hey, you want a cup of coffee for $50? I'd be like,
well, no.
I'm not doing that. I can get 2 lap dances.
No, I was just asking if you tried it and then they told you what it was, but it was the best cup of coffee. Would you be upset, or you'd be like, okay, I tried it and this is great?
I don't know if I would have it again, to be honest with you, because it would be in my head. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It depends how good it was.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So you got the memory of the taste and how good it was, and then you've got the new information that says, oh, well, this is actually a byproduct of, and that's not very pleasant. So I don't know which would win.
I don't know. I probably wouldn't try it again. I'd probably
if it tasted good, I'd probably be all right with it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd poo-poo on it.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Jimmy back in the saddle right away.
See what you did there.
In the first hour. Jimmy, I know you had a story about a guy who's making some headlines in New York. Aaron Rodgers, it seems like he's everywhere. He's at the Tony Awards.
Yeah, did you see this? He needs money. Aaron Rodgers,
Oh,
he's broke.
really?
He needs money.
Yeah.
By the way, so some information came with this. By the time Aaron Rodgers Rodgers completes his current contract with the Jets, he will have made over $450 million from the NFL alone. Now, that doesn't include endorsements or anything like that. That is just strictly from his NFL contracts. But he's got this new business venture that he's getting involved with, and apparently they have they have like not a GoFundMe, but what do they call that? It's a crowdsourcing that he's looking to get some money for. He needs they need about $1 million
really
to start this business up that he's partnered with. It's called Online Sports Database. So what they're trying to do is come up with this like kind of one place fits all for all kinds of different sports stats and things like that. Really, is what it is. I mean, I took a quick look at it. They had an example up there, and what it did is it took you to Aaron Judge, right, and had all stats, what team he's on, his number, what year, what his contract was, all kinds of information like that, right? Great idea. Everything looks great. But they, like I said, they need about $1 million. It's like, dude, you can't pony up $1 million of your own to start this?
That's why he's got for it.
Seems kind of weird.
It does seem weird. Well, do you remember when, and that's the thing, because we were like, God, these guys are so rich. When we heard that Tom Brady was getting loans and stuff for his businesses, and people were just kind of like, they're all upset about it. We're like, doesn't he have enough money to support his own businesses?
Well,
and that's how you look at it with these guys.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times people with big wealth, they use other people's money.
Yeah.
A lot of times. They got their name out there, and then there's people like, hey, I'll invest in Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady. I want to be a part of it or something like that. And they don't use their own money, and that's why they have tons and tons. And Aaron Rodgers is supposed to be a guy, or his reputation was as he was a very humble guy, lived a very average, he wasn't like driving Lamborghinis and a 65,000-foot house.
Just like his, who he, came from, with Favre, right? That same type of image where he drives a pickup truck and wears jeans.
Yeah, same thing. No fancy watches, something like that. And actually, a couple of his players that played with the Packers for years were saying when he was out in New York, they were surprised because he never really went out in Green Bay. There wasn't obviously as much to do, but they said he could go anywhere. He can get on a jet and go anywhere all over the world.
Sure.
But I mean,
you didn't really, hear about it that much.
No, well, it's New York City, and like he said, he's big, he went to Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran, Tony. Like they said when he showed up at the Tony Awards, it was amazing because that's definitely not something that he was ever involved in. But he also did it to benefit one of the New York Jets who had a play there that was up for award.
Okay.
So that's why he went. But again, he went to the Yankees, the Rangers. But something like this, I think the average person does look at it and says, dude, really? You're asking for money? But people will do it. We see GoFundMe pages for potato salad.
Well, and
it happens.
I guess the nice thing is if they find investors. I mean, if it's something that ends up, if this business takes off, obviously, then you get a piece of it, right? So, and it can be a good thing too for you to invest in it, possibly.
So I have a WWGD for you guys because today is a WWGD day. I'm curious what you would do. So I know somebody in my life that just found out, and yes, we are a few years past this, but a company that she works for got a loan during COVID, right? And they were supposed to use it to help out their staff who wasn't able to work at the time and all this stuff. And so she had found out from one of the office managers who did a lot of their bookkeeping and paperwork, especially when they came back and was trying to get everything in line, and they only had maybe 6 employees, 6 or 7, that the loan that they had asked for and what they were supposed to do was they were supposed to give each employee $10,000 when they got back to work after the time because they were out of work for over a year. And so they were going to give them, I guess that was the deal, was that they were supposed to give their employees $10,000 because they weren't making any money at the time. And so I don't know how the deal was made, but this is what they found out. Well, anyways, when the bookkeeper was talking about it, and it was their office manager for a time, and I think they realized how much money they were getting or how it was supposed to be divvied up, the bookkeeper got fired when she found out how much each employee was supposed to make. So she got let go, and none of the employees got 1 cent of that money.
That's very common.
Not a dime. And so some of the employees are starting to catch wind that this was a situation, and this whole time they're struggling because they weren't able to work because it's a service industry kind of place. And so they did not get a dime. And so she's finding out this information now. And she said that there's paperwork and proof where she can figure it out because office manager took pictures while she was doing it. Do you say something, or is it just one of those things because this person who found out about it is no longer with the company, but said, I was having such a hard time during this period because I wasn't able to work and I have a kid and this and that. Do you say something knowing that the owners and your boss kept all this money that was supposed to go to their employees, or do you at this point just let it go just because you don't want to just put forth the energy to do something about it?
Well, first of all, it's a criminal thing. So
yes, of course.
You're putting somebody, you can put somebody in jail.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
We read these all the time on what the floor does.
I understand. And as far as time and effort, you probably can get an attorney who will do a pro bono and just say, hey, I'll take the case. It's a tough situation because you're bitter and you're angry when you find this out. But I've heard this a few times with businesses. So it's something you have to think of. I think.
But you personally, do you just let it go, or
I would let it go.
Do you go after them legally?
I wouldn't go after them legally. I might go after them another way, but I ain't going after them legally.
Yeah, it's a tough thing because it's like, you know, how much responsibility now that you know that an illegal activity happened. How responsible? Like, what does the law say? Do you required to say something? Because you know a crime was committed.
Yeah, I'm sure if she gets the other persons involved, they maybe can go to them and say, hey, now we find out. Maybe the guy writes them a check now. You never know. Say, hey,
they don't have the money. They're very good at spending it.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know what kind of people this is, if it's worth it or not, but it sucks and it's not cool. And of course you're going to get mad.
I think probably what I would do is I would leave. I'd find another job.
Well, she's not there anymore. I said she's gone. Yeah, she's
weren't you also asking about the other employees, what they would do, or no?
Well, yes. I don't know if the other employees know. Yes, I know one that's no longer with the company found out this information.
And if she's already gone, I probably wouldn't then.
Okay.
I wouldn't say anything because as long as you're not liable for any of the the problems, especially if you're the bookkeeper. So I don't know how much.
And the bookkeeper was the one who had divulged information to one of the ex-employees.
It sucks. It's terrible. And it was very they didn't have this tied up in so many different ways. There's so many loopholes. Because, I mean, I've heard this a lot where employees were supposed to get money and they never did. Right. Now, this could come back 5 years down the road and say, hey, so-and-so, you got $15,000. You might be like, I never got any money.
We keep reading stories day after day about, how these businesses are getting busted still because, again, they're going after them. The IRS is going after them.
And a lot of them are creating businesses and employees that don't exist. But to actually have employees that exist that are struggling through it and you keep their money, like, that's an extra kind of scummy.
They're both bad.
I know they're both terrible.
I don't know which is worse, but I mean, if you don't even have a business, you say you had 20
no, that guy or girl, that's shady behavior. Yeah. But the other one where you're taking people's money who are your employees and you've had it for years, that to me is a little bit more scumbag.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%.
It is the Penthouse. It is a Wednesday. If you got a take on this, let us know. You can call us at 877-927-6969. It's really douchebag 1 or douchebag 2. It still sucks. We got some Florida stories and so much more in the Penthouse. Peace.
Proving that some of us have a face for radio.
You sick sons of...
Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
FPL has made so many improvements to make our grid the most reliable and safe. From our continuous tree trimming and pole inspection services, and now more recently, even underground the lines.
Learn more at fpl.com/value.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Every Saturday in June, zoom into Gulfstream Park Casino and Racing for a chance to win your share of up to $100,000 in cash in the $100,000 Race to Riches Zoom ball game. On Thursday, June 29th, join us for a chance to win your share of $20,000 in free play in the 20K Some Like It Hot giveaway. Earn entries all month long. You're sure to find thrills at every turn at Gulfstream Park. For more information, visit GulfstreamParkCasino.com.
If your stunning home has gone a little stale, it might be time to contact your local CertaPro painters. We bring the power of pro to every job. That's CertaPro's power to do the job right, the first time, every time, and the power to renovate your home without breaking down walls. Take your home from blah to booyah. Get on CertaPro's schedule today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes, downloads beaming from device to device. And any one of them could be a cyber attack. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this security threat is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call or go online today to learn more. Offer ends 7/23/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment installation, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Second half of the year looking busier than the first? Hire with Indeed. Their powerful platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates in one place. Sponsor a job and immediately get a short list of quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work. The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more. More experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. Need more reasons? We have recovered more than $15 billion and have more offices nationwide. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that, more. Don't wait. Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community, handpicked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. forthepeople.com.
Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Still dealing with a crash northbound along the turnpike before Boynton Beach. One right lane block. Those delays go back to Atlantic Avenue. Give yourself about 20 extra minutes if you're heading north in that area. You had a broken down car northbound 95 on the off-ramp to Congress. That's now clear. That off-ramp's been reopened. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Free.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you are back in The Penthouse on a Wednesday, the first day of summer. Also, I believe this is the longest day of the year, correct, Jimmy?
That would be correct.
Yes.
Yep. And they only get shorter from here.
And it
seems so weird.
It does seem weird. And it is a WWGD day. That's what would Greek do. We will find that out after his final trifecta around 1:35. But thank you so much for tuning in to The Penthouse on Real Radio. This is Franny. Of course, that was Jimmy. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello, and good morning.
And we do have G-Man here, too. But let's do a What the Florida.
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 Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, there is a guy named Jason Johns, and he got arrested for possession of meth. Now, this was back in December.
Okay.
So, Jason is a hoarder, and he is admitted to this. He knows his problems. Obviously, he has other problems like meth, but he is a hoarder.
What's worse, being a hoarder or a meth addict?
Yeah. Well, okay, so he went to jail and now he's back in jail. I'll tell you why. So while he was away in jail, there was a company called Junk Warriors. And they gave John's friends and his family a discount rate to help clear the property.
Okay.
Because it was just disgusting. They said there was a stunning 20 tons of trash that was hauled away.
Holy crap.
From his property, yeah.
Damn.
Uh-huh. So his neighbors say that now there's surveillance camera footage and John, because he came back home after getting out of jail and he's like, where's all my garbage at? Where's all my stuff?
Where's my Sudafed?
Yeah. So they were looking at these cameras and they showed him sifting through trash cans near his home by neighbors and hauling shopping carts full of garbage back to his property.
I believe it.
One of the neighbors, his name's James, and others said John collects junk throughout the day, including early in the morning. They said he acts irrationally when asked to stop or leaves obscene notes on the trash that he doesn't take.
Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't like this trash. So he leaves. Yeah. And they're like, I don't know if he's going to end up with a credit card in my name, said one of the neighbors, because he's sifting through my trash. They're like, we're not sure what's going on with him, but we want our neighborhood to be a civil neighborhood for everybody. And he is not making this an easy situation. They said it is far from civil. Confrontations have been erupting on a regular basis. The cops have been called. It's just been a thing. Like John's even was caught saying in one of these recordings that his neighbor filmed, like threatening to kill his neighbor because his neighbor was like, get out of my trash.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Real winner.
They said there's been a lot of police visits at his house. They say that since he has been back from jail, 42 times officers have been to his house. At this point, like, why don't just take him back?
42 times.
Yeah. There was a petition that one of the neighbors filed for an injunction for stalking. It was denied in court. I mean, they say that it has just been absolutely crazy. And this guy is just nuts. G-Man, you missed it. He was a hoarder, went to jail for meth, came out of jail. All his stuff was gone. Neighbors and friends got a company to take all, and it was like 20 tons. What did I say, 20 tons?
22, yeah.
22 tons.
That's a lot.
Of garbage.
Oh my
But
God.
when he came back and it was all gone, he was like, what?
Where's my stuff?
And he started going through people's garbage, and they said taking shopping carts back to his house full of crap.
Oh my
Just
God.
crap. Little crap. Nothing worth a damn. Yeah, so this guy definitely has a
Some
problem.
issues.
And then somebody decided to go to Target and shoplift. Now, I don't know. I'm not surprised by that because it's what the Florida. What I am surprised is that Target sells these things. I had no idea. So David Romero has been busted for shoplifting, and deputies responded to reports about this. It was happening in Flagler County. Excuse me. Upon arrival, they found him trying to back out of a parking spot. And then the deputies tried to take him into custody. Well, they said there was an arrest warrant out in another county, too. But as they tried to place him in the patrol car, a pink vibrator fell out of his pants.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Judge free zone here.
Did he have batteries?
So not only did that fall out of his pants, they did notice that, yes, he stole that vibrator from Target along with condoms, personal lubricant, several sexual enhancement products.
Real Target.
And
Target?
And a T-shirt. Yes.
I didn't realize that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm more surprised about that part of the story.
I was
Yes.
surprised I saw
I mean, condoms, yes.
Condoms and lubricants.
Lubricant,
I could say,
yes.
I guess, right?
vibrators. I'm shocked.
I'm shocked,
But
too.
the adult toy? I didn't
Yes, the adult toy. The enhancement products, yes, you can find them at CVS, Walgreens, I'm sure
Right.
Target, too.
Sure.
But the vibrator kind of surprised me.
Who knew?
That guy looked like he was about to have a good weekend. I love it's all this stuff and a T-shirt is what they
I think
say.
I can brush right over that. I think he was going to have a great weekend.
Yeah, why not?
And T-shirts.
They said he was caught on surveillance video stuffing the items inside some tan shapewear he found in the store. Then he picked up a few groceries and paid only for the food, not for all the sexual stuff, before leaving the store.
Well, he was embarrassed.
Oh, of course, yeah. You don't want anybody to know.
Yeah. Somebody said, you know, price on this, Joe?
So now he faces 1 count of petty theft, 4 counts of larceny. I didn't see anything about that. And a charge of grand theft in connection. That's why to the Putnam County arrest warrant. And then finally here, we got to have something nude, right? I mean, we had sex toys. Let's go nude. So there is a guy who tried to steal a jet ski. His name is Yakov Jacques Levi.
Oh, I like to see his American Express card.
Yakov, yes. So he tried to steal this jet ski, and it was at a place. It was at a company. It's called Boucher Brothers. Excuse me if I'm messing that up. And the manager of the business initially told Levi, get away. He noticed him trying to get on top of one of his watercrafts and push it into the water. Well, when the manager got involved, Yakov decided to take one of the paddle boards, the paddles, and he broke it, the handle, and used it to hit the manager on the head.
Jeez.
So of course cops are called. Police say that Ikhoff got into the water and refused to come out. He jumped right in. And then he just gave him a number 1, sticks out of the water, and, this is what I guess what you're supposed to do. He took off his shorts, becoming completely nude. Gave him the number 1 and decided to get naked. They said before being taken into custody, he grabbed his groin area, made some lewd gestures while in the presence of children.
Right here,
who
pal.
who were among the beachgoers at the scene. They said a couple of Good Samaritans tried to help him out of the water. Were also struck by him. They're trying to get him out, and he's hitting them, swinging at him. Eventually, an officer punched him in the face in order to get control over him. And he was arrested on charges of aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer with violence, lewd and lascivious behavior, aggravated battery, providing a false name, grand theft, resisting an officer without violence, and assault on an officer, firefighter, or intake officer. And that is You're What the Florida. And there's video. We have video of him, too.
Wow, what a full-packed day.
Model citizen.
Thank you, guys. You guys are doing a great job out there. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday, 11:45. Your chance to win tickets to Rapids. We're going to come back. Jimmy's got some news about a couple people with OnlyFans. It is so much more coming at you in the Penthouse. Peace.
Real radio is is the News Junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Tropical storm Brett expected to pack a bit more of a punch heading toward the Caribbean. 40-mile-per-hour winds. Get the very latest at our website. Just click on Operation Stormwatch.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage.
At T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now.
Before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
That's AXS.com. I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country with 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation and irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We know that aging is not for the faint of heart, but the Landing of Lake Worth celebrates the rewards of aging and tackles the challenges head on. We believe life should be joyful at every stage, so we have a unique focus on wellness of mind, body, and spirit, bringing an unparalleled sense of optimism to residents and their families. Come home to personalized assisted living and memory care services at the Landing of Lake Worth, where happiness never grows old. Visit thelandingoflakeworth.com for more information. That's thelandingoflakeworth.com.
I'm Rocky Moselle with StarRegistry.com. Since we were children, we've been told to reach for the stars. It was great advice. Now it's a great gift. Name a star after someone. For $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com, we will name a star after someone very special to you and send an incredible personalized gift. The new star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call the Star Registry, 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com for the hottest gift. I'm Rocky Moselle with StarRegistry.com. Since we were children, we've been told to reach for the stars. It was great advice. Now it's a great gift. Name a star after someone. For $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com, we will name a star after someone very special to you and send an incredible personalized gift. The new star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call the Star Registry, 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com for the hottest gift.
Good Greek moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
Injured? Hire the largest injury firm in the world. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, and it's summertime, and the summer series continues. Saturday the 24th, Patrick M. in the house. Spinning for you guys every Saturday night. Monroe's got famous DJs stopping in to play some music for you and to have a great time, and add to the beautiful ladies that are there 7 days a week. What a great way to end your week at Monroe's for the summer series. It continues all summer long. Great atmosphere, beautiful ladies, open at 5 a.m. and a 5-star menu. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the summer series continues.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Still dealing with a crash northbound along the turnpike before Boynton Beach. One right lane block. Those delays go back to Atlantic Avenue. Give yourself about 20 extra minutes if you're heading north in that area. You had a broken down car northbound 95 on the off-ramp to Congress. That's now clear. That off-ramp's been reopened. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. This week's podcast answers your questions about the Trump indictment. What's in the indictment? How is it different from Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Will there be a trial? What's next? Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
Rover's Morning Glory.
It's the Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the morning.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
All of the best free curated playlists.
It's everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Welcome to the good stuff. I'm Jacob Schick, a third-generation combat Marine.
And I'm his co-host and wife, Ashley Schick. We believe everyone has a story to tell, not only about the peaks, but the valleys they've been through to get them to where they are today. We're joined by some amazing guests who share the lessons they've learned that shaped who they are and what they're doing to pay it forward and give back.
Listen to the good stuff on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Thanks for always tuning in. We appreciate it. 11:45, your chance to win tickets for Rapids, a full day of fun and excitement and enjoying South Florida. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And two words that we really didn't hear maybe 5 years ago. We hear it every day, somebody making money or something crazy being happening is OnlyFans. Jimmy's got some news, and it might surprise you.
Well, I tell you, this is just unbelievable. We keep it. Now, we talked the other day about Sammy Sheen, Charlie Sheen's daughter that started him. Of course, Denise Richards is her mom. Well, apparently Denise Richards got into it, made up an OnlyFans account as well. And I tell you what, it's probably the best thing that's happened to her and her daughter because they're seriously raking in some cash. Unbelievable. Sammy recently made headlines, like I had said, about calling herself a sex worker. And the truth is, she's not even doing nudity. So, and that's the thing that we keep hearing about this. They're not even getting naked.
Yeah.
Neither of them are. Matter of fact, on both of them, one source said that she doesn't even show any skin at all on OnlyFans, and she's making $80,000 a month. Now, that's Sammy.
I don't know if I buy that. She's not showing any skin.
Not showing any skin. And I believe it. I mean, go on tease and things like that.
Okay.
But I don't, and again, I don't know.
You mean like
how
the
long
private
it'll
parts?
last.
Is that what you mean by the skin? The private parts?
Right.
But she's not like rocking a bikini and being sexy and stuff like that?
According to this, no.
Okay, all right.
And I've seen it. Matter of fact, I'll give you a prime example. I was wondering if I was ever going to be able to bring it up on the show. I just saw it the other day that as I was going through wasting a couple of minutes on TikTok, there's a girl on a live. Maybe you could say it's a little low-cut blouse, a little bit. You see her from about her stomach up, and, maybe it's not all that revealing or anything like that, just a regular shirt. Nothing all that big. And she's sitting there putting a puzzle together. And she's doing a live on TikTok. And people are sending gifts.
It's crazy.
And it's just money. And all she's
Send
doing
us
is
money for the show.
Putting together a puzzle. Not even any, right?
And that's why I'm shocked by this, because I did read this story too. If they're not doing it, it has to be the subscribers via interaction with them. Maybe that's why they're making money, because if not, why aren't you just checking them out on free platforms like Instagram and stuff like that, where you can see them in
Well, of course,
bikini pictures.
They want to make money. Who are you talking about? You mean that Denise Richards?
Yeah, and her daughter Sammy.
Well, of course, yeah. They make up an OnlyFans because people will subscribe, like you say, right? And that's where they're making the bulk of their money. I mean, I'm sure they could sell other items on there as well, I guess. I don't know.
Or interact. Is that what I'm saying? Like, I'm curious if they make extra money from interacting with their
Probably
fans.
do. Probably people feel like, they're talking to them. They're talking to them about their problems. Hey, what do you think I should do with this? And they're interacting. Like you said, it is amazing because what we always heard, and the stigma was that the girls are there naked, going crazy.
And plenty are. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, there are. But there are plenty.
Those are the ones we subscribe through. Yeah.
Denise didn't even start until after her daughter had started doing this, according to the sources here.
I think it was January because we talked about when she launched her OnlyFans.
Yeah. And the thing is, she's got over 100,000 followers and makes $2 million a month. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
If these numbers are accurate, then Sammy's taking about $960,000 a year, according to that, and Denise is making about $24 million a year.
Oh,
I mean, when you end up putting that all together, right? So
it's crazy.
She's making obviously $2 million a month. That's
$24 million.
$24 million a year. So.
Yeah,
Now,
makes sense.
They only just started it, so I guess that math won't matter for another year, but. The point is that there's a lot of money to be made from doing OnlyFans. And again, I've seen it firsthand with other platforms that is free where people are making money and they don't show anything.
Well, again, it's worldwide, obviously. You got millions and millions of people, and people are giving money. And people don't care. Some people just don't care. And they have so much money that they just say whatever. And just a regular person might be like, hey, here's $50. Times that times X.
Well, and that's what her mom's saying is that she kind of teases them too and to be subscribing because she calls herself a sex worker. And she's like, she's far from that. And Denise is the one who said that she barely shows skin, this and that. She was like, she's just titillating her audience. Or did I say that right? Titillating.
Teasing.
Teasing.
Right?
Her audience is what she's doing. And that's how she entices them. And they probably get on there and they subscribe. And they're like, oh, man, there's nothing here.
And could be.
Could be.
Yeah,
but she's getting them in.
And there's some people that just enjoy that.
Yeah, that's right.
I
mean, again, if you haven't really seen it, it's hard to obviously make an opinion. But if you subscribe and you sat down, you might be like, what the hell am I getting? You know what I mean? And everybody's different, but there are some people who like it, obviously.
That's the importance of why you keep seeing why these celebrities and even the non-celebrities that want to get to that status where the more followers you have, the better. Because there's if you just get a very small percentage of those people to sign up for something like this, or if there's something else you want to sell or push or whatever, the bigger the audience, the more people it reaches. I mean, that makes sense.
Sammy at 4,000 followers, like you said, making $960,000 a year. That's fantastic.
She only has 4,000 followers?
Yes.
Wow. That's not a lot, but she probably has some people with some deep-ass pockets.
Is that followers or subscribers?
They say here in the article I'm looking at, it's a Yahoo article, followers, but I'm guessing that means subscribers. Okay. It says followers. But
the new HBO show, Idol, you can watch that. There's pretty a lot of graphic things.
Better catch it while you can because they're not renewing it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things coming out of it. They also read that The Weeknd's on there and Johnny Depp's daughter. I'm sorry, I cannot recall her name.
But
they said the sex scenes are supposed to be a lot. And
they are.
And the claims are is that Weeknd is an egomaniac. And so they were like, we're not doing another season.
What I was surprised with last week, I saw the show and they had a sex scene in Valentino in Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive. And how they pulled that off and how Valentino agreed to that was shocking to me. I mean, that's a worldwide brand worth billions of dollars, and they had a scene where they were having sex in their dressing room, and I was shocked about that. But just crazy. But again, like you said, some people see something, they'll say, "Hey, this is good enough for me," and I'll do it.
Yeah.
But if they're making the money, they're not robbing it. So God bless them.
Yeah.
I wish I could do it.
Hey, you can start an OnlyFans.
Smoking a cigar, hanging out.
Why not?
Yeah. All right, we'll see what we get.
You just got to tell people you're a sex worker, and then they'll sign up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Think of me in different images. It is the Greek, it is Francis, it is Jimmy. We're working right now, people. We'll be back with a trifecta at 11:45. Your chance to win tickets to Rapids. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Tropical storm Brett expected to pack a little stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says he's seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season. That's unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared we could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Your shot to score $1,000 returns Monday morning on Real Radio.
The grand in your hand is brought to you by Tropical Auto Sales.
Hi, I'm Tommy.
And I'm Drew.
Tropical Auto Sales is over 40 years old.
And the reason Tropical has been around?
We offer amazing deals on cars and finance.
Yes, Tommy, and everyone is approved.
We also buy cars for cash.
So stop in for a coffee and visit Tropical Autos on North Lake Boulevard.
Tropical on the water.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone and text the word HAPPY right now to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
Summer's heating things up, outside and on the grill. Whether you're smoking a brisket or grilling up veggies, Kingsford Original Charcoal delivers the consistent performance and smoky wood-fired flavor barbecuers crave. Kingsford Original lights faster and has a long burn time, giving you the ultimate grilling experience. So grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal. Kingsford.com. Kingsford Original Charcoal lights faster and delivers consistent performance compared to nationally available charcoal in the USA.
Get this. Joey and me were supposed to go to this concert next week, right? But then something terrible happened. Joey was driving without a seatbelt. But he didn't wreck. No, he got pulled over. Now Joey has to pay for a seatbelt ticket instead of a concert ticket, and I have to go by myself. How lame is that? So Joey, if you're out there, you're an idiot. Wear your seatbelt or you'll get a ticket.
All across the country, cops are cracking down. Click it or ticket, day and night.
Funded by the Florida Department of Transportation.
Example 2022 Corolla LE, 36-month lease, 12K miles per year, 10,000 to its signing. Includes new tag and first payment, no security deposit required, plus tax on approved credit.
It's a massive 2022 sell-off at Toyota of Hollywood. Truckloads of 2023 Toyotas are arriving daily. So now we're selling all remaining Toyotas at our absolute lowest prices. Like a pre-owned 2021 Camry SE, not $32,000, $23,775. A pre-owned 2021 Corolla LE, not $24,000, $16,775. Or lease a new 2022 Toyota from just $149 a month. $149 a month. Or buy with zero down. It's a massive 2022 sell-off at Toyota of Hollywood on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Prices exclude tax, tag, registration, and title. Offers include $8.99 dealer fee. Ends 1/15/23.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The Greek Trifecta Show is sponsored by the Fox 29 10 o'clock news. We've got you covered.
Zoom into Gulfstream Park Casino and Racing this June for a chance to win your share of up to $100,000 cash in the $100,000 Race to Riches Zoom ball game. For more information, visit GulfstreamParkCasino.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season and available in the produce section right now. Whoa, hey, careful now. There's plenty of juicy watermelon and other tasty Florida-grown produce for everyone. I mean, all you have to do is ask for Fresh from Florida or look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Still dealing with problems along the turnpike. You've got a crash northbound before Boynton Beach Boulevard. It's got a right lane blocked with slowdowns back from Atlantic. Over on 95, a broken down car northbound on the off-ramp to 10th Avenue. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcast.
Tomorrow, iHeartRadio is partnering with Global Citizen to join artists, activists, and global citizens around the world, calling on world leaders to take urgent action against climate change and to power our planet. Celebrate the movement with Lenny Kravitz, Billie Eilish, Her, John Batiste, Phineas, and many more.
Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Get ready because you got a chance to win Rapids tickets in about 14 minutes. Actually, about 10, sorry. And your chance to have a day of fun and sun and enjoy yourself with you and 3 of your friends or family members at Rapids. Compliments of Real Radio. Jimmy's in the house. Hello, and good morning. And Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it is time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
Everything is streaks in baseball, and the Reds have won 10 in a row. And they won last night against Colorado. They were going for their 11th victory today against Colorado. Hats off to the Reds. Anybody who's got a streak that's winning like that, just like our Marlins who are playing great. They lost yesterday to Marlins, but they're playing today. I believe at 1 o'clock they're taking on Toronto. The NBA draft is Thursday night, so there'll be a lot more new millionaires out there. And if you want to check out the draft at the Miami Arena, you can, and it is free. I believe the doors open up at 7 o'clock. So if you want to go down there and check it out, you can watch the NBA draft at the Miami Arena. Sounds like that'll be a lot of fun. And again, you can't beat it because it is free. And the Giants and Barkley have not gotten together, and it seems like they're getting farther apart every single day. They have until July 17 to sign. They gave him a franchise tag of $10 million, but running backs are just, for whatever reason, falling off the shelf with money. And teams don't want to pay them like they're playing receivers or defensive ends or obviously quarterbacks. So Barkley wants more money. We'll see what happens. Is he going to sit out? He's a big part of the Giant offense, almost 65%. And if Barkley's not playing, I think it's going to be very difficult for the Giants to compete in a very tough division, obviously with the Eagles, the NFL East champs, and the Dallas Cowboys. That is your lunchtime trifecta, sponsored by Tequila 512. Peace.
Now, let me ask you guys something. Right now, do you know your credit score or kind of
yes
where it's at?
Yes.
How about you, G-Man?
Yes.
I do too. And they make it very accessible these days.
Sure.
Even it may not be the exacts, but even with like the Credit Karmas and stuff like that, you can utilize. I have another app that I do. And I was somewhat on top of it. I think what made me really check quite often is when I was purchasing my home too. And at one point I had to fix it and things, and I'm trying to keep it where it's at because now I have good credit. But it's very interesting that a lot of people do not know their credit score. And maybe you're one of them that's listening right now. And I think when you're younger, you don't pay attention to stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you think it's...
Yeah. I think so. As you get older, when you start purchasing things, and again, maybe also a big thing is when maybe you get your first apartment, because that matters. You have to have a good credit. I know you can go on annualcreditreport.com and it's free by federal law. It's a free credit report, so you can get that. But I think when you start purchasing things or get an apartment or something new or a car, you would want to know.
You know, my first apartment, and maybe it's different because I know some, believe me, because I've done rentals for people. I know some seek like a minimum, like you have this credit score.
Yeah.
I did not have to. They did not have to pull credit from my apartment. It was first, last security, and it was like,
all right.
You're in.
What year was that? 15 years ago?
More than that. How old am I?
32. So you're like 15. You left home.
No, yeah. So yeah, maybe that long. I got my first place when I was 18.
Yeah, it's a lot different now. I mean, I know there's buildings that based on your credit score, your rent might be different. So, you know what I mean, as far as the price,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's just like a bank, you know. I mean,
Car
obviously,
loans.
it's a little bit more of a risk, so the interest rate is higher if you've got a little less of a credit score. Same type of thing.
Yep.
I would imagine. Same thing with car. You know,
Yep.
car loans.
Yep. But 1 in 10 Americans have no idea what their credit score is. All right. In fact, 1 in 5 don't even know how to go and seek it out or how to check it. Out of those people, 62% of people think their credit score is higher or even lower than it actually is. They don't know, and 12% feeling it's lower than it should be. Well, that's what when they look at it, they're like, yeah, it shouldn't be that low. And then there's like only 1 in 4 think their credit score actually reflects their financial situation. So these are people, we're talking about people, the credit scores, how many know? Half of the respondents don't believe their credit score should count towards whether or not they qualify for a home loan.
Yeah, that's whacked.
On the survey.
It's the whole purpose of a credit score.
Right? Yeah.
Throw that out. Risk or not.
Half of the respondents here.
Throw that out. That don't count. You're paying attention to that? Come on. Let's forget. I'm good first of the month. Put me down.
But that's the thing.
That's wild.
I'm curious.
Some of my friends don't know.
Don't know what their credit score is?
Yeah, a couple guys I know.
But they are aware of how to check it if they want to.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I'm sure they can. But I'm just saying, one of my buddies, he does very well. He just doesn't know, and I didn't even know. We were talking about the other night, last week, we were having dinner, and he didn't know. And then the next day, he texted me his score, and he was like, I didn't even know about it. But again, he really didn't have any reason to look into it.
Well, I was going to say, did he take out a loan? I mean, you're talking about somebody that's pretty well off, so they don't need to get loans, or?
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the same place for about 20 years. He owns a house, so there's really nothing that he checks.
Right, okay.
And
pays cash for cars and stuff. I mean, again, none of our business, but
that's basically what it is.
Basically, reasons why you wouldn't check your credit score, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And I have a friend like that too.
Yeah.
But even when you
he doesn't exist.
Right.
Financially.
But not even that. He does exist. But even sometimes, like when you buy a car, right? They'll say, we're going to check your credit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've had situations where they came back to me. They said, your credit's great. Don't worry about it. And me, Joe, impatient, like I'll go in and sign. I never even asked. Like, what was my credit score?
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. They just said your credit's great, go. But you should ask, obviously, duh. Like, hey, what is it?
Well, yeah, because it's a hard pull. Because it's a hard pull too when they do that as well, which can affect it. But I am curious that. So the website I was looking at, because I know you can do Credit Karma free, Gmail, give everyone, but Experian is great, and it's an app that you can put. Okay. It's an app you can put on your phone, and it's fantastic.
Right.
So if you are one who's seeking, and that was one that my lender had recommended for me to put on my phone,
and it can fluctuate too. Based on what happens or something.
And it's funny too, because I never really quite understood that. If somebody does like a hard pull on your credit to see why does that ding you? I don't understand why that dings your credit.
That's why people always
it
tell you.
It doesn't make any sense to me, and
for whatever reason, that's the system. That's why they always tell you, don't go checking it a lot because it could hurt it.
Sure.
And it could drop either way.
I mean, I think the couple times that I've had it happen, I think it's like about, it's only like 5 points or so. It's not a tremendous amount, but, still, I don't understand it. Somebody's just looking in to see, and you're getting dinged. You know what else I learned too? Was it about 5? I think it was about 5 years ago when I did that HELOC with my home equity line of credit. If you're not familiar with what a HELOC is, one thing that I found out then, because it was basically the same thing. It's a loan of a sort through my bank, and one of the things that hurt me with that was the fact that because I paid everything with my debit card,
doesn't count.
I didn't have open lines of credit, and that hurt me.
Absolutely.
Not my credit score. My credit score was great, but the fact that I didn't have open lines of credit hurts you. And so since then, I've been using,
give me all the credit cards.
I've been using my credit cards, more, and that way I get. Well, not only that, and I looked into it. Well, I get reward points, so I should be using it anyway. But I thought that was kind of, in a way, strange, right? Because you haven't used your credit card, it actually hurts you.
Oh yeah, if you don't use, and the other thing, like some experts will say, pay it off month to month, and then some experts say, you know what, leave a little balance. You know what I mean? Like, say you owe $1,000 instead of paying it. I mean, again, it
those
fluctuates.
Experts are usually from a bank.
No, it fluctuates with different people. But again, if you say you own a house right now, and you're there and you're secure, you like it, and you have a car, and you look at it like, I'm not really going to go buy anything. So you know what I mean? Like if I want to knock off my credit cards or something like that. But if you have plans to purchase something, a big thing like a home or a car, they tell you to be careful with it. And also check your credit score.
Yeah.
So it happens. What could happen right now is you guys can go to Rapids if you pick up the phone, 877-927-6969. Tell us your credit score, and if it's the highest one, you get tickets. No, we're kidding.
Send a W-2
You guys, we're going to have a question. Jimmy's going to put it up. He said, she said, he said. He's going to put up a phrase, then you guys got to say who said it. Was it Jimmy? Was it Francis? Was it Greek? It's a 4-day pack to go to Rapids. It's a beautiful place. You'll love it. Everybody knows it. It's like Monroe's. Everybody knows it. They're like, Monroe's? Oh, my God. You know it. You'll have a great time. So pick up the phone right now, 877-927-6969. Tonight, I'll be at Burt and Max's from 6 to 8. Big cigar event. Going to stop by there, West Atlantic, Delray Marketplace. So if you're in the area and you want to have a nice cigar and a great meal, I'll be at Burt and Max's from 6 to 8. And hopefully the weather cooperates, because usually around 6 o'clock, the winds open up and it rains like hell. And or the skies, whatever you want to say. 877-927-6969.
Whatever you want to say.
And my lunch today was tuna fish.
I was dying to know.
I know, you texted me last night, like 11:30. I'm like, can't tell you until tomorrow, Franny. I got to see how I feel. Yesterday it was roast beef. Today, Joseph's, of course. I'm always at Joseph's. And that was good today. I actually went to up to the window again. I only got a quarter pound of tuna fish instead of buying like a pound and then tossing the rest of it.
Screwing up right before our very eyes.
I know. It's amazing. I'm so proud. I told my mother last night, I was like, listen to what I'm doing. She's like, are you kidding me? What's wrong with you? That's a big deal? I'm like, yes. She was, you know what? I'm like, I know. I'm overpaying. It's okay, Jules. No problem. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready. We're starting today's contest with Sadie. Sadie, welcome to the Penthouse.
Sadie, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How long you been listening to Real Radio?
Not too long. My boyfriend actually listens all the time.
Oh, okay. What do you think of it so far?
It's okay. It's pretty good. These guys are funny.
All right, pretty good. We'll take pretty good. Well, I mean, better than bad.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Sadie. Let's see if we can get you set up with a pair of tickets. What do we got? A 4-pack of tickets to Rapids Water Park, South Florida's largest water park. I'm going to read you a quote, Sadie, and you just got to let us know. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I say it? Okay?
Okay.
All right, here is your quote. Somebody yanked it. Somebody yanked it. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I say that?
I would have to say you said it.
Sorry, that one was Miss Francis, and it sounded like this.
Somebody yanked it.
Somebody yanked it.
Sorry, Sadie.
Sorry about that, Sadie. Next up, we have George on the line. George, welcome to the Penthouse.
Thank you.
George, how long have you been listening to Real Radio?
Oh, man, for about 9 years.
Wow, that's a good run.
Nice.
What do you think of the show?
I love it.
All right, George, way to be.
Nice. All right, George, let's see if we can get you set up with a 4-pack of tickets to Rapids Water Park. Here is your quote, George. Do it with your tongue, not your throat. Do it with your tongue, not your throat. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I say that?
Oh, man. Franny?
Sorry, that one was me, and it sounded like this. Do it with your tongue, not your throat. Sorry about that, George.
It's very impressive.
Yes, it is.
No matter when, even if your rent's not to, it's impressive.
It is very impressive.
Good job, Jimmy.
Speaking of credit scores. All right, David, welcome to the Penthouse.
Hello.
David, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Not much. How you been? How's the family?
Awesome.
Great. How long have you been listening to Real Radio?
About 17 and a half years.
Oh, wow. So you should be able to get one of these pretty easy. You've heard us all say these quotes, and that's what I'm going to do right now, David. I'm going to give you a quote, and you just got to let us know. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I say it? Okay?
All right.
All right. Here's your quote. Let me take this in good. Let me take this in good. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I say that?
Greek.
Yes, sir.
That was Mr. Greek, and it sounded like this.
Let me take this in good.
Nice. All right, great job, David. I'm going to put you on hold. If you would, hang tight. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, get a little bit more info from you, and we'll get you set up with those tickets, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Nice job.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy.
All right.
Great job. We appreciate your help all the time, and thank you guys for getting involved. Every day, 11:45, we got a giveaway for you because we appreciate you listening to Real Radio. Rapids all week. It's going to be hot outside, but we're going to make it cool. You can go to Rapids, have a great time, enjoy yourself with 3 of your friends. If you don't have friends or family, call us. We'll go, and we'll have a good time.
Absolutely, I'll go.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jimmy and Franny are in.
That's rocking.
So there you go. And then you can have a great time and enjoy yourself. And what's not a water park is so much fun. Who doesn't have fun as a water park? Come on. It's like going to a track. 877-927-6969. If you don't know your credit score, let us know. Say, you know what? I never checked. I have no clue. I never even thought about it.
I'm going to have to look into that one you talked about, Franny, because I did the Karma, and I can do it there. But I think you are limited on how many times you can check it there, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And now you say is that unlimited or don't you know, Greek?
It's once a year.
Once a year.
I
you
got
can do
that.
that once a year. Okay.
I got that from somebody in the business.
Okay.
And that's probably more accurate than
Yep.
the ones.
Yeah, it's called the annualcreditreport.com.
Okay.
It's an official site, and you get one free per year.
Okay.
So if you want to go on there, and then you tell them, hey, this is free. Don't break my stones. And then you can get it.
Yeah.
And you might even, I mean, who knows? Maybe it might be close. You might be like, wow, that's, basically what I thought. I think anything over 700 is considered a good score. And other thing
you can Google that too, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Was it you instantly have 650 if you can sign your name or something like that, or 620 or something along those lines?
Well,
And
it
then-
depends.
That's not accurate.
No.
Whatever's like that. That's like the lowest you can be.
No,
right?
you got to.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with sign your name. We're thinking the SATs.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Is what I meant by it.
Yeah, you can have them like in a 5s if your credit's bad.
Does it go that low?
I think so, yeah. I think.
Yes, it does go that low.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you like go bankrupt or don't pay your bills or stuff like that, you can go that low. Definitely can. I know like 7's considered anything above is great.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, if you guys want to look into it, and then if you see it,
I mean, I know like when you go on the Experian app, it shows you the levels of
Yeah.
where you're at. I think that like bad is 500 to 600.
Yeah.
You can get worse than that, Jimmy.
Yeah.
You can be 300s to 499 to 500.
Okay, I thought the
That's
numbering
very, very
system
poor.
just started there. So
Yeah.
that's all.
Yep. So it's between and that's that more is like the Vantage score. But yeah, when you go and look into it, it gives you a level of where it's at. But some people are a little bit more lenient than others. I've seen rentals that were like, all right, if you got a 580 or above, we'll
Come
take
on up.
you.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's 650 or above when it comes to rentals.
I know my building because a couple of my friends have been trying, and they're a pain in the ass with it. I mean, with your credit score, or you're going to pay more, obviously, and that sucks too. I mean, it's you're getting penalized. I understand that.
Well, it just goes to show. Well, it's no
It's just
different
very
than
important.
it's no different than a loan.
Yep.
I'm
yep.
sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right, because then it's a higher percentage point or lower. So it is an important thing. Try to live within your means, pay your bills on time, and do that. And today it's a lot easier, I think, than years ago, because again, everything's you could just get it out direct. You don't have to worry about it. I mean, years ago you had to mail it. A lot of times you would forget mailing it. I'm talking about things I did, like, I forgot to mail my, my
Oh, right. So, like, if a credit card bill is late, or if one of your bills is late.
Yeah, I mean, now they take it out of your checking account. Usually, it's gone. You don't even do anything. Like, my rent gets pulled every time on the day, first of the month. 7:01. 7:01, it's out.
Right.
Boom. It's like, see ya. Sure. Yeah, that's it. So, I mean, it's basically, you're not late, and it's good because, again, you can't have that problems, or maybe you mail it, I don't know, a couple of days. And then in my building, too, they charge a heavy fee if you're 3 days late, and it's heavy.
Sure.
It's worse than a parking ticket. You're like, you got to be kidding me. But you sign it, and if you sign that, that's what you're paying. And it goes on.
You sign a contract with them. Yep. So if you have this job, and I know you saw this too, Jimmy, you have zero excuse to have bad credit because you can pay your bills. I'm just kidding. So yesterday, I actually had a couple friends send me this story on Instagram, and I was like, and just right away, they're like, I thought of you.
You're in.
I'm like, are you trying to get me to leave the United States of America? Because I will for this job. I even sent it to my husband. I was like, all right, here I come, UK. See you later.
At least you're still working for an American.
It's
Apparently,
true.
this is an
Yes.
American billionaire.
Yes,
right?
it is a U.S. billionaire family, and they are based in the UK, and they have gone viral for a job opening, and it pays pretty damn good, I'll tell you that. And they are looking for a full-time dog nanny. Yes, they're looking for a dog nanny, and you will get paid $127,227 a year.
It's not bad. Now, are they picking up expenses? Like me traveling and moving?
Well, you're living, too,
Yeah.
so you don't have to worry about rent or anything like
nice,
that.
Nice.
They said our returning client is seeking an exceptional and highly experienced dog nanny to provide top-tier care for their 2 beloved dogs.
That's me.
And this is in LinkedIn, its description. They are truly looking forward to someone at the top of their field who can ensure the overall well-being, happiness, and safety of their dogs.
I would do it for a month. If it didn't work out, I leave. Take the cash and put it on a game. And then maybe you could triple it just like that.
Just like
Find out if they got a pool. At a Joseph's.
Something tells me they might have an indoor and outdoor. Just for the dog.
I would think so too, right?
Yeah, check out if they got a pool and if I can smoke cigars.
I mean, this
off
is
the premises. I don't want to be on the grounds.
Billionaire status. The clients are billionaires looking for best-in-class service. And when it comes to their dogs, they're happy to pay. And this is according to the recruiter. When money is no object, people want the best. And you attract the best with the best salaries. So this is something that's out there. I wonder how. I bet you they've already got a ton of people
all over the
applying
world.
for this
I
position.
think it did say it.
I'm sure.
The article I had, I thought it said...
Let's set up a Zoom meeting.
Hundreds of people have already applied.
I'm sure.
Hundreds, yeah. I'm surprised it's not up to the thousands
I'm
mark
sure,
yet.
And when people hear about 127 dimes and you live on the premises, I'll do it for a couple months. I'm going to set up a Zoom meeting this afternoon.
They said you got to work irregular hours, right? Including evenings, weekends, holidays to accommodate the need of their dogs and the family schedule. And they're looking for applicants who have the ability to handle sensitive information with the utmost discretion and confidentiality. So there's definitely an NDA being signed to that place.
Hey, I wouldn't care. I mean, I know a couple people.
And you get 6 weeks of vacation a year.
What?
Nice.
That's awesome.
They said it comes with it, but it's not always guaranteed.
I'll take 4. I know a couple people who are personal chefs for people in Palm Beach, and it's similar to that. They live on the premises. They make great money. Some of these gigs are pretty good. 127,000 walk dogs.
That's what they said. They're like, it's not always a 6 weeks isn't guaranteed, but most of the time. But like, they're like, hey, if our client wants to go to Monaco tomorrow, you'd be on that private jet flying with the dogs too.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Roof.
Not bad, huh?
I love Monaco this time of year.
Domestic and international trips. You got to arrange them, though. The vet appointments. Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
You got to organize play dates with other dogs and finding enriching activities to stimulate their senses.
I feel like I'm perfect.
You can do it for
job.
127,000 and pay somebody 20 grand to do it.
Exactly. It's the Greek way. You get paid and everybody else does the
But
work.
you know you're living, so they would realize you're not there, right?
Well, I would show my face every once in a while. I'd be like, hey, what's happening,
And they'd be
guys?
like, who's this other person in here taking care of the dogs?
I'm subleasing. Trying to make money. I'm a great dog walker.
Subleasing. I love it.
Yeah.
I got a lot going on.
Anybody?
Can I smoke a cigar on the grounds? I mean, I'll walk back in the backyard. I just every once in a while, just a vent. You know what I mean? Think about the old neighborhood and some tomatoes and mozzarella.
So guys, listen, I never do this, but there's so many holidays today. We're gonna do like a kind of a pick your own adventure situation for fun facts. All right.
Okay.
All right. So it is. We can do fun facts about the summer solstice, first day of summer. We could do fun facts about surfing because today is National Surfing Day. We do fun facts about Greek's favorite animal, giraffes, or as you call them, giraffes. Because it is
and zebras. I like zebras
because
too.
it's National Giraffe Day. Or we can do facts about selfies.
Ooh,
wow. Selfie day. That's
Pick
right.
your pick.
Man, this is deep.
Which one do you want to do?
I might have to, can we think about it on the break?
Solstice.
Okay.
I'll go with.
So we're not going to agree on one. Perfect.
Probably not.
I'll just split them. I'll just split them up.
I'll go with Jimmy said. First day of summer.
All right. Sounds great.
Okay. And then text me later about selfies. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back. Peace.
Proving that some of us have a face for radio. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio.
The National Hurricane Center has now issued the first warning for Tropical Storm Brett as it makes the approach towards the Lesser Antilles. Top sustained winds right now at 60 miles an hour. Brett expected to make landfall in the Lesser Antilles Thursday into Friday before moving into the Caribbean Sea, where it's expected to dissipate over the weekend.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country with 20,000 five-star reviews and an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
Morgan & Morgan. Dial pound 529 on your cell phone. Pound law. That's all.
Hey, it's the Greek. When you come home and your AC is down, it's like missing one number in the lottery. It's not a good feeling. Well, Filter by HVAC Solutions can help you with all your AC needs. Tune up for your AC, AC's installed, or any repairs, 24-hour emergency number. You got to give these guys a call, because when it's hot and you come home and there's no AC, you're not happy. 855-4FL-HVAC. You need to stay cool this summer. Experts are calling for a very hot summer. And just like when your car needs a tune-up, your AC can need a tune-up. Normally $99, mention a Greek and get it for $49. 855-4FL-HVAC. Filter by HVAC Solutions. Cares about their customers and want to keep you cool this summer. Call them today. 855-4FL-HVAC. Stay cool, baby. Peace.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded Best Over-the-Counter Medicine and Health Product in Earache Relief by U.S. News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season and available in the produce section right now. Whoa! Hey, careful now. There's plenty of juicy watermelon and other tasty Florida-grown produce for everyone. I mean, all you have to do is ask for Fresh from Florida or look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom faux wood blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work.
The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Pool season is here, but open roles got you underwater? Check out Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Hope you're having a nice day. Might get a little mush later around 5:06. That's when the skies open and the rain comes down, or we're running like, I don't know. We're just running because the lightning's so bad.
We're just running away.
It was bad yesterday.
It was bad. Like, it looked like it was like just like hitting my neighborhood. It looked like it was just striking down like right in front of me. It was insane.
I was very worried and concerned.
Friggin' wind.
Oh, yeah. It was.
It's almost like a tropical
There was hail,
storm.
too. There was my husband was stuck in hail up in like the Tequesta area, Jupiter.
And the lightning where I was really bad.
Sure.
I was like, what? Mommy! Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Freddie's here.
Hi.
With some fun facts about selfies.
What? No. Fun facts. I'll send them to you later. I know how much you wanted to have those selfie fun facts. But it is the first day of summer, so we're going to get into some summer solstice fun facts. How about that? So we're going to start with this, and this is according to Reader's Digest.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh is right.
Fancy.
I know. Well, when it comes to summer solstice, here are some fun facts you want to know. Did you know that thousands of people gather at Stonehenge to celebrate the summer solstice?
Where's Stonehenge?
Stonehenge. So Stonehenge, you've never seen Stonehenge before?
Is that the ice cream place?
Yes. Perfect.
Oh my God.
They have good coffee ice cream.
No, that is Stone. What the hell is it called? Now you got me.
See, making fun of me,
Stone
huh?
Cold, is it Stone? I'm thinking Stone Cold Steve Austin. Or is
it Stonehenge, England? Or?
Stonehenge, yes. But where now? I know, but he just got me. So
the ice cream place.
Oh my God.
In case you're wondering, I got a hot fudge sundae yesterday. But go ahead.
Don't. Why is this going to drive me?
For lunch
it is. Yes, Stonehenge is in England. If you've never seen it before, it is. Isn't it like
touchdown?
Isn't it like one of these seven wonders? Is it considered one of the seven wonders of the world?
Not to me.
I believe so.
It's like a bunch of stones. People are like, I know you don't
seven
care.
Wonders in the world are you, you, and you.
It's like this massive.
It would be Monroe's.
I know.
Wynn Casino, Gulf Stream, Yankee Stadium.
Oh boy. No, you don't know what we're
Statue
talking
of Liberty.
about. People are like, how did this happen? Was it aliens? I don't know. It's
I don't know.
It's these massive stone monuments, and they're put to like dominoes. I don't know how to.
Didn't touch my world.
How you learned about this in school?
I must have been out that day.
Oh my God.
Still is out. You ever see when we do the clock change?
Cold Stone. Oh my God, I was gonna get that Stone Cold. The ice cream is Cold Stone Creamery. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, can't you focus?
It just popped in my head.
Yeah, Franny.
It just popped in my head. Okay.
How come you're not focused on your show?
I know. Cold Stone, yes. All right. What were you saying, Jimmy? I'm
If you're going, get me a coffee.
Yeah, coffee ice cream. I heard there's and never mind. There's a pretty cool meme that goes around. Usually when we change the clocks, how they change to the Stonehenge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
The Stonehenge over there. Yes, one of the biggest bonfires was part of a solstice celebration, and this thing is massive. Cultures around the world have their own celebrations in conjunction with the solstice for hundreds of years. Among these is the Midsummer, which is celebrated in Scandinavia. And then in 2016, this place, Ålesund, set a world record for the tallest bonfire with their 155.5-foot celebratory blaze. They say that record was then broken, and we have to check it out, in 2019 by Austrian carnival festivities, but this one specifically was on the solstice.
I wonder who measured that. 155 feet in the air. It must have been a tall ladder.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Not wooden, though.
The name comes from you probably don't want a metal one either. It's going to be hot. The name comes from the fact that the sun appears to stand still. The term solstice is derived from the Latin word sol, which is sun, and sistere, to stand still. Because the sun's relative position in the sky at noon does not appear to change much during the solstice and its surrounding days. Did you know that, G-Man?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Of course you did not. And then on here, the summer solstice, the sun will be directly overhead at the Tropic of Cancer. While the entire northern hemisphere will see its longest day of the year on the summer solstice, the sun is only directed overhead at the Tropic of Cancer, which is 23 degrees, 27 minutes north latitude. If you were wondering where that was, G-Man, I know you were wondering.
I got up last night like 4 a.m. That's the first thing that popped in my mind. I said, you know what? I got to ask Franny tomorrow.
This is fun. In Alaska, the summer solstice is celebrated with a midnight baseball game.
Oh, that is fun.
Each year of the summer solstice, the Alaska Gold Panners of Fairbanks celebrate their status as the most northerly baseball team on the planet with a game that starts at 10 p.m. and stretches well into the following morning. They say without the need for artificial light, known as the Midnight Sun Game. The tradition originated back in 1906 and was taken over by the Gold Panners in 1960, and that was the first year of their existence.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so just hop on over and go to Alaska, take a flight over there.
A little
Alaskan
deep.
Air, is it?
Yeah, a little deep. That's a little bit too far to go see a baseball game.
What's the over-under on that game?
Maybe.
Do you know? Have you placed a bet on there?
I don't know. I mean, like driving to Jupiter is far from me. I don't know if I'm going to go to Alaska for a baseball game.
Yeah, really. Let's go north of Jupiter. I don't think he's going to make it.
And I'm done.
Why?
I'm
Don't
done.
be like that.
I'm done.
Come on.
Oh, we're good. We're
It's
good.
the first day of summer.
There we go.
Come on, Franny. You got anything about that selfie stuff? Selfie. You don't see those selfie sticks anymore.
No.
They were getting really popular for a long
Really?
time. Do you see them around?
I see him in videos. People use
Oh,
them.
yeah.
I don't. But I don't see them out and about really.
Yeah, I used to see them out and about a lot. Like people.
I know a lot of like the theme parks and stuff like that. They banned
knocked them
them.
out.
Mhm.
Did
they really? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they took them away, even sporting events,
Well, they
because people would maybe get hurt with them and hit people and stuff like that. But I used to see them. You would see them all over. But yeah, they got rid of those sticks. But you know what happens when you lose the stick? You get another one. It is the Greek, Jimmy and Francis. We're going to come back with a lot more.
Stop laughing at me.
I scream. What is it called? Stone Cold or Stone Edge? Whatever the hell it is. Give me a coffee cone. We'll be back. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be. I don't think.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Get your tickets now
At AXS.com.
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights,
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage,
At T-Mobile Arena.
streaming live only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now
Before they sell out.
at AXS.com.
That's AXS.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
On the Born to Love podcast, join Ellie Kemper from The Office and comedian Scott Eckert as they speak with celebrity guests about their lifelong passions. From hobbies and cities to holidays, movies, and more.
Love it or loathe it. Foam rollers.
Love it.
Yes!
Get in there. Release that lower back.
I told you, Scott, you can do it on any body part.
I believed you.
Lower back, neck.
Listen to Born to Love with Ellie Kemper and Scott Eckert on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hayes the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, and it's summertime, and the summer series continues. Saturday the 24th, Patrick M. in the house. Spinning for you guys every Saturday night. Monroe's got famous DJs stopping in to play some music for you and to have a great time, and add to the beautiful ladies that are there 7 days a week. What a great way to end your week at Monroe's for the summer series. It continues all summer long. Great atmosphere, beautiful ladies, open at 5 a.m. and a 5-star menu. It's Monroe's at Palm Beach, and the summer series continues.
When you open your hopper, you don't fill it with just any hardwood pellets, right? You fill it with Kingsford 100% hardwood blend pellets. Made right here in the USA with North American ingredients and a 100% natural hardwood blend, Kingsford pellets can be used on any pellet grill and add delicious smoky flavor to any meal. Kingsford's the name you trust for the low and slow cooking you crave. So look for Kingsford 100% hardwood blend pellets. Kingsford.com.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements. Learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better. Night after night. Sleep next level. Only from Sleep Number.
The Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 Smart Bed is now only $899, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
This message is sponsored by the Florida A&M University Medical Marijuana Education and Research Initiative, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Mary on Demand is live. Start your marijuana education journey today. Learn at your own pace and check out the Medical Marijuana Education Series. You decide what you like to learn and when with Mary on Demand. Visit mary.famu.edu. That's mmeri.famu.edu. And remember, recreational marijuana is still illegal in Florida. Mary, educate, learn, talk.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. We are, for the most part, a reactionary society. If your neighbor has a break-in, you think about getting an alarm. If your buddy gets laid off, you say, I better buckle down at work. If banks start closing, you may want to ask yourself if you should keep most or all of your money in a bank. It may be time for a portfolio protection plan. It may be time to have a little personal gold reserve. Call my friends at the Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded Best Over-the-Counter Medicine and Health Product in Earache Relief by U.S. News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
We know that aging is not for the faint of heart, but the Landing of Lake Worth celebrates the rewards of aging and tackles the challenges head on. We believe life should be joyful at every stage, so we have a unique focus on wellness of mind, body, and spirit, bringing an unparalleled sense of optimism to residents and their families. Come home to personalized assisted living and memory care services at the Landing of Lake Worth, where happiness never grows old. Visit thelandingoflakeworth.com for more information. That's thelandingoflakeworth.com.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If it's a day that ends in Y, you're probably stuck in Florida traffic. So turn that AC up one more notch, aim the vents toward your face, and think of a better place, like the cool, colorful produce section in your favorite grocery store. Why? Because that's where all the cool, colorful, fresh from Florida produce is. Produce just tastes better when it's grown closer to home. And when you buy fresh from Florida, you're supporting local farmers and jobs in our communities. So after you're done being stopped in traffic, pick up some fresh from Florida on your way home.
Hey, it's the Greek. When you come home and your AC's not working, it's not a great feeling. So what do? You pick up the phone, you got to call somebody who's reliable and will show up and do the job. And I have the place for you. Filter by HVAC Solutions. They'll handle all your AC needs. They'll give you a tune-up, they'll install ACs, repair them, and 24 hours they'll get to you. Filter by HVAC Solutions. Cares about their customers and wants to keep them cool this summer with a 24-hour emergency response. Call today, 855-4FL-HVAC. Stay cool. Call these guys.
If you ever need our help, we're just a call away. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Earlier crash finally cleared along the turnpike that was northbound before Boynton Beach Boulevard. All lanes have been reopened. Those delays have cleared up as well. You've got some police activity going on now along Seacrest Boulevard, just north of Boynton Beach Boulevard near MLK Boulevard. Stick to Federal Highway instead. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. This week's podcast answers your questions about the Trump indictment. What's in the indictment? How is it different from Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Will there be a trial? What's next? Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Why? That's why you're the best. Because you just do things that are just so perfect every day. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Now, if you like listening to us, you might looking at us more. And you might not. I think you will. But you can go to our website, Real TV, always sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. And since today is the first day of summer, don't forget the summer series continues at Monroe's all summer long. Big DJs are in the house on Saturday nights, spinning records, spinning music, and the beautiful ladies. You can't miss it. Jimmy's in the house. Franny's here.
Hello, and happy Wednesday.
I think we have somebody on the telephone.
We do. We got our buddy Jorge checking in with us. Hey, Jorge, what's going on, pal?
Not too much. Happy hump day to all you guys.
You too, Jorge. How are you, my friend?
I am good. Boy, I missed Jimmy yesterday. What happened? He had car problems?
Yeah, I had a little infestation from a rodent that got in there, and he stunk up the joint, so I had to kick him out.
All right. Okay, I'll tell you what. You could have avoided all of that.
Oh, yeah? How's that?
Yeah. Rubber bands, my friend.
Rubber bands?
Okay.
Do tell.
Yeah. Put them around your pant leg so those gerbils won't climb out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jorge, you got the floor, so you got to come back with something better than that. Right now, that was a foul ball. Way foul.
Foul ball. Yeah. I wouldn't even have foul tip.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's the over-under on that sub being found?
It doesn't look good. I don't know if there is an over-under.
Is this an under joke?
Yeah. It doesn't look good. It's a shame. It really is a tragedy.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Hey, what do you think about Ezekiel Elliott possibly going to your Patriots?
I heard that. Again, it's all speculation with these teams, with these guys. Every day you hear a different story. You hear Hopkins and Cook want to go someplace together. I'd rather see Hopkins and Cook go to the Patriots than Elliott. Yeah. I think Elliott's got some tread on his tires. Or he might go back to Dallas.
You're going to, but these guys don't want to sign yet. They don't have to sign. It's, it's June. You know what I mean? Why even get involved? They'll get involved in August. And then also there might be a team that somebody gets hurt in training camp, and then they'll have a need for a running back or a wide receiver. So I wouldn't sign right now if I was an agent for one of these guys. I tell them just sit back and think about it.
Yep. Think about it. Yeah. Hey, where was I going to go with this? The Patriots player, Jones, there, got caught at the airport with the loaded firearms.
Yeah, the cornerback.
Yeah. Here he is pleading not guilty. How can you plead not guilty when you carry that stuff on?
We talked about this in the locker room. Joe brought it up, too, a couple of weeks ago when John Moran had a problem. He went public and said, hey, man, what are you doing? You got to think. And he got caught with 2 guns. So it doesn't make sense, some of these guys, the things they do. People in general. But, again, you're going to an airport. You know you have guns on you. How do you think you're going to get it past security? And he's in a lot of trouble. He's facing jail time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I'm surprised the Patriots didn't cut him loose yet.
Well, they're probably going to investigate and see what happens. Who knows? Maybe he said it's one of my friends. I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but I'm sure if it comes up anything, he has something to do with that. He'll get cut in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. It makes him look bad,
Of course.
Yeah, it's like Aaron Hernandez or something like that,
Well, Hernandez is a whole different situation. That was, you want to go into that area. That was a pretty bad situation.
Well, but the egg on their face. Right?
Oh, of course.
They've got all kinds of egg on their face for not seeing the signs and doing things about it. And I think there's a little bit more to it. And here you got sort of something similar where, you got it out there now, and you got to be very strict about it.
Yeah, you have to be. I mean, and these leagues have their rules. And these guys know the rules, whether it's this, handling anything with a gun on Instagram, like we said, John Morant, all the gambling situation right now, they know the rules. And if you break the rules, you're going to lose your job and be kicked out of the NFL.
Yep.
So, I mean, if that's not enough of a deterrent for somebody, it would be for me.
Yeah. I mean, the players' union is obviously pretty strong in the NFL, but I don't think it is the way it is in the NBA. I mean, the league will come down probably a lot harder.
Oh, yeah, they both are. When the rules are, broken like that, you're done no matter what. NBA, union, or anything. The union can't defend you. They just can't. I mean, you're breaking, obviously, not only the rules of the NFL, but obviously our laws. So you're in trouble both ways, and it's not a good situation. And you would think that they would have – really, it is common sense. I mean, that's all it is. It's not like, figuring anything out. You shouldn't have them on you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I realize it was an airport and all, but I remember years ago – up in Massachusetts, the signs that said "Enter in Massachusetts." If you have a firearm, mandatory 1 year in jail. And that was 30 years ago plus.
Yeah, like I said, it's you should know better. Obviously, these guys get told things all the time, and again, it's not only you're breaking a law, which is the first big problem, but you're not going to play in the NFL anymore. It's you're done. You're not that good, you know what I mean? Where they're going to risk it and worry about their reputation, or you doing the same mistake again. So that's on the individual and the people around him.
Yeah, you talk about throwing your life away, huh?
Yeah, that's a bad move. You don't get second chances in these professional levels. You don't. There's always 10 guys behind you who could step up and play. So, again, it's just common sense. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. That's all I have to say about that, buddy.
All right, Jorge, keep in touch. And always appreciate your call, and always thank you for listening to Real Radio. We appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All right, pal. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. We'll come back with a trifecta in a few minutes. Peace.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving.
It's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Your shot to score $1,000 returns Monday morning on Real Radio.
The $1,000 in your hand is brought to you by Tropical Auto Sales.
Hi, I'm Tommy.
And I'm Drew.
Tropical Auto Sales is over 40 years old.
And the reason Tropical has been around?
We offer amazing deals on cars and finance.
Yes, Tommy, and everyone is approved.
We also buy cars for cash.
So stop in for a coffee and visit Tropical Autos on North Lake Boulevard.
Tropical on the water.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Dolphins wideout Tyreek Hill's under investigation for an alleged assault at a Miami Beach marina. Hill's accused of slapping a marina employee Sunday. Marlins second baseman Luis Arraez is thanking fans for their support, saying this week that the MVP chance took his breath away. And Denver Nuggets head coach Michael Malone celebrated his team's NBA title with a tattoo of the team's mascot holding the Larry O'Brien trophy. I'm Scott Davidson.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season right now. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
From the Florida Department of Agriculture.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by America's Best Contacts and Eyeglasses. Look sharp, shop smart, and take care of your eyes. Visit America's Best for a professional comprehensive eye exam, plus 2 pairs of glasses starting at just $79.95. Shop online or book an exam at americasbest.com. That's americasbest.com.
What Would Greek Do is brought to you by Monroe's of Palm Beach.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We're Storm Smart. Here in Florida, that's a name people trust. For over 26 years, we've been making storm catcher screens, the leading hurricane safety product on the market, protecting over 90,000 Florida homes in communities just like yours. And while storms may come and go, one thing's for sure, Storm Smart's here to stay. Day in and day out, we'll be here, working harder to make sure you can breathe a little easier. Smart is protecting our community, today and tomorrow.
I'm Rocky Moselle with StarRegistry.com. Since we were children, we've been told to reach for the stars. It was great advice. Now it's a great gift. Name a star after someone. For $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com, we will name a star after someone very special to you and send an incredible personalized gift. The new star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call the Star Registry, 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com for the hottest gift. I'm Rocky Moselle with StarRegistry.com. Since we were children, we've been told to reach for the stars. It was great advice. Now it's a great gift. Name a star after someone. For $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com, we will name a star after someone very special to you and send an incredible personalized gift. The new star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call the Star Registry, 800-282-3333 or visit StarRegistry.com for the hottest gift.
When you order food for work on EasyCater.com, we've got your back. Real humans are here to help with your order every step of the way, making sure everything goes right, even behind the scenes without you knowing. Confirming and double confirming with the restaurant that everything is on track. If there's a problem,
thanks for calling EasyCater.
Call us anytime, day or night, and we'll answer in seconds. We're right here with 100,000 restaurants, working hard to ensure the food arrives on time and is ordered. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Dads, this Father's Day, Cordell & Cordell celebrates you the entire month of June. Join us every Friday for our live webinar series, Father's Fridays. There you'll receive much useful information from our panel of speakers. To register, go to CordellCordell.com/Father's Day.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Miami area attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. CordellCordell.com. Lisa Card, just Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded Best Over-the-Counter Medicine and Health Product in Earache Relief by U.S. News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Hey, the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, and it's summertime, and the summer series continues. Saturday the 24th, Patrick M. in the house, spinning for you guys every Saturday night. Monroe's got famous DJs stopping in to play some music for you and to have a great time, and add to the beautiful ladies that are there 7 days a week. What a great way to end your week at Monroe's for the summer series. It continues all summer long. Great atmosphere, beautiful ladies, open at 5 a.m. and a 5-star menu. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the summer series continues.
Your home or business is a reflection of you. Now, if you're looking to take it from middlin' to sizzlin', you need the help of your local CertaPro painters and the power of Pro. That's CertaPro's power of listening to your needs and delivering a customized project plan, and the power of doing the job right, on time, and within your budget. Contact CertaPro painters today at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Roads all clear northbound Turnpike before Boynton Beach, but now you've got to crash northbound on the Turnpike before Lake Worth, blocking a right lane. Police activity continues in Boynton along Seacrest Boulevard, just north of Boynton Beach Boulevard near MLK Boulevard. Stick to Federal Highway instead. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. This week's podcast answers your questions about the Trump indictment. What's in the indictment? How is it different from Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Will there be a trial? What's next? Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now.
Tomorrow, iHeartRadio is partnering with Global Citizen to join artists, activists, and global citizens around the world, calling on world leaders to take urgent action against climate change and to power our planet. Celebrate the movement with Lenny Kravitz, Billie Eilish, Her, John Batiste, Phineas, and many more. Performing live. Join us.
Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a good day, and if not, it's about halftime. So you got another 12 hours or 11 and change to make it better. And then just before you go to bed, say, you know what? Maybe the day didn't start out great, but it finished strong. That's what you got to do. Finish strong all the time. And if you can't find somebody to finish strong, get somebody else. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Francis.
Well, hello and good afternoon.
Dolly-o. Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
Baseball's all streaks, and the hottest team in baseball right now are the Reds. And boy, must their friends be happy in Cincinnati, Ohio, because they got legalized sports betting, and I'm sure they're doing it every day. Reds have won 10 in a row, going for 11 today against Colorado. Marlins lost yesterday 2-0, but they are playing today, trying to get back on a winning track this afternoon, in fact. And I believe it first pitches at 1 o'clock. And the NFL, a lot of rumors about free agents. Elliott, there is a rumor he may go to Patriots, but it's just a rumor. And Hopkins, Cook said yesterday on a podcast, which we thought this was going to happen about a week ago, he's going to go to Dolphins. He said maybe him and Hopkins on the same team. If that is their plan, that's going to knock out the Dolphins because the Dolphins do not need receivers. So I don't think they'll go for Hopkins. But Cook and Hopkins on the same team, that'd be pretty awesome. And that would definitely give somebody instant credibility. And the NBA draft is Thursday night. And if you don't have plans to watch it and you want to go down to the Miami Arena, get down there because it's free. That's right. The NBA and the Miami Heat are opening up the stadium at 7 p.m. for the draft. You can check it out. I'm sure they have a lot of different activities going on, and you can be inside the stadium watching the NBA draft. And that is your lunchtime trifecta, sponsored by Tequila 512.
We want to hear about today's Karen?
Yeah, sure.
All right, here's today's Karen story. I'm going to start with the person that Karen went after, Toby Addison. He's now 21 years old, and he's telling his story about something that happened to him at a gym. So he's, when he was working out. So Addison said he was working out at a gym during the workout. He heard a woman say, "Oh, do you like the view?" And Karen went so far as to get the manager involved, who ended up asking him to leave. Seems like a no-brainer, right? I mean, we've heard stories like this all the time. Even Franny. I mean, you've had people say inappropriate things to you during a workout.
And this is the latest on TikTok where girls are calling out guys in social media for staring at them. And they're the ones who are like putting up, like the girls are putting up their camera on their tripods or whatever it is to film themselves working out. And then if they catch somebody glancing at them, they lose their crap over it. Even if it's just a glance, not even a stare.
You should be happy.
And if somebody is staring or if somebody says something inappropriate, of course, there's a difference.
That's
different. Obviously a big difference, right?
Yeah, if you look over, I mean, sometimes you can't help it.
Yep. Yeah, well, sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
if they're in the area, what are you going to do, walk around like this?
Yeah, but apparently Karen here thought that Toby was staring at her. Problem is, Toby is blind.
That's embarrassing.
So I was doing my exercises like a good gym lad. And my eyes just, when I'm concentrating especially, they will just fall wherever they want to. And unfortunately there was a woman doing some exercises and said something along the lines of, "Why do you keep staring at me? Stop, like, don't be so creepy." I was like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm blind." Had my cane with me, it was folded up on my lap. And yeah, she wasn't having any of it.
Thankfully, he was only a guest at that gym. He went there with a friend
That's
that day.
sad.
So it wasn't his regular gym, which he doesn't have any troubles with. But in a TikTok video, Addison said he understood why the woman would have wanted to call him out for making her feel uncomfortable. He wishes she tried to be more understanding, though, of the situation. That's all. I mean, you could see he's got a walking cane there. It's not like he was faking it.
She should apologize.
No, she didn't. She doubled down. She was she was still a jerk about it.
That's not right.
It's not the first time. There was another story that I saw on social media, and this was back in February of this year, and the same thing happened in Massachusetts. A blind gym goer was accused and confronted of a woman by staring, and same thing. She was trying to get him kicked out of the gym.
That's sad. Like, you want to get somebody, even if somebody is looking at you, just say to them politely, "Hey, I'm a little uncomfortable, move on." You want to get somebody kicked out? I don't know. To that level, is it that bad? I agree with you. If you say something, that's different. Then, you know what? Toss your cookies. But if you're staring at somebody, I mean, sometimes you can't help it.
Well, the thing with this, in this particular case, is if you move and he doesn't, that's different, right? If you move and you're in a different area and the person is still staring at you, well, then, okay, and they had to shift or, that's a little different. In this particular case, I mean, the guy, obviously, wasn't following her because he couldn't see her.
It's sad. It really is. That's what it is. That this girl wanted him kicked out, and she knew he was blind. She should have said, "Hey, I'm so sorry. You know what? It's
once she found out.
Yeah,
she absolutely should have.
Yeah, she should have said, "I'm so sorry."
She wasn't. She was still a jerk, and I just don't know why it's that kind of world we live in.
Yeah.
So the one I saw, Jimmy, his name was Pete, and the same thing. Like, he has an identification card that lets people know, and so she went and got the manager, brought the manager back to him. He shows the ID card to him, identifying that he is legally blind, and he's explaining to the manager, like, "Hey, I'm blind. I wasn't staring at anybody."
Yeah.
And the manager is still like, "Okay, but you can't make other gym members uncomfortable by looking at them." And he's like, "But I'm blind." He was so frustrated. He was like, it was so absurd.
I would have lost it.
I would have lost it too.
I'm blind. What is wrong with you?
What do you not understand?
I can't see anything.
About me being blind.
I would so put them on blast.
God.
I would so put them on blast.
Yeah.
I mean, again, up until the point you find out, all right, it can, and I imagine if somebody's like their eyes are completely fixated in one spot and they don't move because, of course, you don't know that, right? I mean, I guess I can sort of understand why it would feel creepy, right? I get that. But once you find out, that should be the end of it.
That's
right. It should be done, and an apology. Should say, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize."
Oh my God, I would feel like such a fool.
Yeah.
I would, and that's the thing. Yes, initially, if you didn't know and you didn't see the cane or whatever it is, and it just seems like somebody is just locked in on you, yeah, I understand why it makes you feel uncomfortable. But then when you find out why, and that's, G-Man, you're completely right.
It's terrible.
I would be so embarrassed, and I would be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry."
Yeah.
But I understand why initially she thought it was being stared at, but then she just doubled down and still continued to be a douche about it.
And I don't know if it's even a reason that merits somebody getting kicked out. Like, if you go up to them nicely and just say, "Hey, you know what? You're staring at me. It makes me a little uncomfortable. and walk away, and then it ends, and then the guy or whatever maybe just stops. You know what I'm saying? But to get somebody, kicked out, that sucks.
You mean somebody that is actually doing it?
Yeah, if somebody's looking at you and you're uncomfortable, you go over to them and say, hey, you know what? You're staring at me. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Okay? And then if the person responds okay. And you might get some people like, tough. I'm paying for the gym and you're in my vision. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, but to get actually somebody thrown out, that's pretty deep to me. I mean, it is. Yeah. If you say it nicely and they're like, hey, sorry, I didn't even realize it. You know what I mean? Like, you could be on a gym just doing something, and a lot of times people just like in a blank stare or listening to music, and I don't know, you could be looking at somebody. Just say you are. And if somebody came over there and they said to me, like, hey, you know what? You're staring at me, makes me uncomfortable, I would be like, okay, I'm sorry.
But this whole gym, and that's what they're calling it, the gym creep trend on social media. And it really is kind of dividing people because, yes, there really can be gym creeps out there.
Yes.
But then they're also, and I would say, victimizing guys who aren't.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's the thing. So it has been one of these things, and women are documenting their time at the gym. And it's like they're trying to get you a gotcha moment. Like they're trying to specifically find that. And it sucks for the good guys, and it sucks for the women who maybe sometimes people don't believe them because there really is a gym creep out there. It's just one of those things. It's dividing men and women when it comes to this.
It definitely is, but I think on both sides you got to watch it. I mean, if you're doing an exercise in front of somebody and they're right in front of you, they're gonna look at you because there's no way. They're like at my gym in my building, there's exercise equipment on both sides. So if you're sitting on one and you're, on a bench or something, I'm looking right now at Jimmy. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like look away, like you know what I mean, and do my weights? Like I'm gonna see you.
No, and I understand because there is the way that some of the equipment is set up where you are facing each other, and but I don't stare at that person. Like I'm focusing on what I'm doing. I'm focusing on the equipment. I'm focusing on where my hands are. I'm not looking straight ahead at them because that is weird.
If I'm doing curls and I'm looking right at Jimmy. That doesn't mean I'm staring at him. I mean, I'm just looking at him.
I know, but it's weird too. At the same time, I know
she's staring at me too.
I know you're not staring, but to make eye contact with somebody while you're working out is just odd behavior.
They're looking at me.
Look down. Focus on something else.
You're looking at me.
No, I'm not.
I'll be like, really?
Not.
You're checking me out.
Speaking of you, G-Man, we got a text at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. So if Greek thinks Stonehenge is Cold Stone Creamery, then what does he think Machu Picchu is? What's Machu Picchu?
Well, how do I know?
Is that a Pikachu? Is that a
Machu Picchu?
Yeah.
Is it a pizza that they have on Tuesdays in Little Italy between 5 and 7?
This is from AJ, so give us your best.
What is it called?
Machu Picchu.
No clue. No clue.
It's
Twister in Italy.
A lot of people. My aunt and uncle went there. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It's in Peru.
Oh, I knew
and it
that.
was. I don't know what was it the Inca of the Indians who built this. He would know better than me. But yeah, it's like up in the. It's up in the mountains in the Andes.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Machu Picchu.
Well, good.
All right. He also wants to know. He's got a few in here. What you want to know?
I'm laughing because I didn't know either.
The great.
Only Machu Picchu.
Laughing at me.
Only Machu Picchu.
The Great Pyramids of Giza. The Great, or the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal is a casino.
I knew he would say that. He did too. He was like, no, Greek. The Taj Mahal wasn't just a casino in New Jersey.
You asked me to say the great wonders. I told you. Monroe's, Gulf Street Park, the Wynn. Jimmy knows.
All my sponsors.
That's right.
So maybe.
New York Prime.
So maybe you're packing a bag to go visit Machu Picchu or the Taj Mahal or whatever it is, and you need a carry-on. This is the latest trend that's going on, and it's actually not a bad idea. I don't know if you've seen this, Jimmy.
That other thing sounds something sexual. It really is.
What?
The Machu Picchu.
It's not. Wow. It's not at all.
You may want to back up, Randy. Just saying.
Call me later and we can come over and show each other our Machu Picchu's. Go ahead.
But a lot of people are taking trips this summer. I'm sure they're going, and maybe you're trying to save some bucks by not checking in bags. And so this is a lot of people are doing carry-ons. They're realizing, man, I can fit a lot of stuff in my carry-on, but not everything. So besides, because we've heard of people like just putting on all their clothes over them.
Yeah. Just wear the layers.
Yeah. So they're doing the fishing vests that have all like the little compartments and
right.
stuff. And they're
Okay.
saying, and you can fit your little bottles of whatever you need, right? Your toiletries and stuff. You can fit your hairbrushes. You can fit.
Oh, I thought you were going to say booze.
Yeah, you can fit your booze. You can't bring that with you. Like girls can fit like their bikinis. A lot of women are doing it too. They just roll up their bikinis and they put them in there. And so they got their carry-on and nobody checks. I mean, yeah, when you go through TSA, you put it in, but it's not considered a carry-on because they're wearing it when they're on the airplane.
You know, when you said that, it just reminded me, when I went to go visit my mother, I got on the plane, and I did say this. I didn't have anything. I didn't have a bag or anything.
Right.
And there was a couple who asked me to carry a bag on the plane, and they tapped me on the shoulder.
Do you know you're not supposed to do that, right? Like
Yeah.
you always say.
What I'm going to get to is the announcement was being over us as it was said. And they were very nice. I was in line. They said, "Excuse me, would you do us a favor?" And I said, I didn't know what was going on. And she said, "We have one extra bag, me and my husband. We're flying up, and we don't want to check it. Would you put it on, take it with you through, customs, and then we'll get it
How
on."
did you not? Did you do it?
No.
Okay, thank goodness. Like, you don't know if there's drugs in that bag.
This
If
is the
you
first
get
thing
busted.
Is this pre-TSA?
Yeah, I was in line.
You're boarding the plane.
No, it was pre-PSA.
It was TSA.
TSA.
Okay.
I was getting on, and they were right behind me, and they saw I didn't have anything, and they had 3 bags. So I guess you obviously one each. Okay. And they were very nice. Excuse
But see,
me.
that's interesting, though. Like, TSA won't stop you for having too many bags.
Well, I guess she meant while they got on there, then they were going to have a problem. You know what I mean? Once they
Yeah,
got
but
to
to
the
going
plane.
through TSA, I feel like there's something shady going on. The fact that they wanted you to try to go through with a bag. Because going through TSA, they're not like, oh, you have too many bags. It's when you board the plane
Yeah.
or whatever it is,
They
maybe
asked me.
it might be an issue.
Yeah, they were nice. They were very nice. And I said, no, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm sorry.
That was carry-on stuff, though.
Yeah.
You're talking about, yeah.
They both had a carry-on, then it was a third bag. So when you got on the plane, obviously, they were going to have to check it.
Because you're only allowed one carry-on.
Per person.
Gotcha.
And they were really nice, like I said. And, she said, excuse me, and this and that. And I was like, no, I'm just not comfortable with that.
I
And
thought
then
that was their idea. They're like, hey, let's find a stranger who doesn't have a bag, and we're going to give them our carry-on so we don't have to buy anything. So
I
we
don't
don't have
know.
to pay for it.
I don't know. They didn't want to do it. But it meant, as in what you just said, the announcement was going on over our heads. Like, do not take a bag from a total stranger. I looked at her I'm like, come on. I'm not going to do that. Even if you were hot, I wouldn't do it. But,
yeah, you would.
Maybe if she was hot. No, I still wouldn't do it. It's not worth it. You never know what's in a bag. You'll be Babanya, and the next thing you know, you're in Sequoia's jail.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. But I know the people that, like you said, they're doing all different things to try to hide the amount of clothes or different stuff like that. It's just crazy. I mean, and I think a lot of people don't like to wait either. They don't want to wait, and they got to check their bag, and it takes another 40 minutes for it to come out.
Well, the cost of the carry-ons, the cost of the checking in baggage. I mean, I can see why some people are going down that road.
And it's amazing.
I mean, it's not right. Obviously,
No.
I'm not condoning it, but just I keep hearing these stories about how expensive it is, and
Well, it's amazing what you have to pay today from the airlines that years ago was all free. I mean, you want a pillow, it's more money. You want a blanket. I mean, anything is more money. Years ago, they just gave it to you. Like you said, you bring a bag.
just to get a sandwich and a snack and a soda and all kinds of stuff, and now you got to pay for headphones.
Oh, my God. Forget it. If you want something like that, and they're charging you. And it's just crazy. It's the way the airline business is. And like everything else, once it starts, people have no choice. Either you do it or you don't get it. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Yep.
And that's it. But I don't know if you guys got any stories like this. Let us know about it being on a plane. If anybody tried to do a little kiboshi with you, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Scottie Pippen's ex-wife, got a ruling yesterday or the day before where she's going to get half his earnings from 1997 to 2016, including his 401k. Man, that's a lot. I think he was fighting that, and then obviously she is dating Michael Jordan's son. So that adds a little bit to that whole scenario. Needless to say, the Pippins and Jordans will not be having Thanksgiving together this year at all.
Well, Scotty was bringing the turkey.
That's out. Scotty has gone on social media the last month and just lost himself and has slammed Michael Jordan in so many ways. Said Michael Jordan was a horrible basketball player and that he was terrible until he got there. And he looks really bad. He really does. Michael Jordan won the Rookie of the Year and had a very good season. And Scotty's, and I can't.
And I'm sure he's not happy because she's even talking at Larsa Pippen, right? Is that her name? About having a kid with Jordan's son.
Yeah, and she has, I think, 4 with Pippen. But this ruling came out, I think, a couple days ago where she gets half of everything from, like I said, and that's a long time. And he made a ton of cash. So he's going to have to write her a big check. And his 401k, whatever he had put away, she's going to get half of.
Yeah, well, it's not like he doesn't have money.
No, he does. But I mean, that's a big amount of money you got to write a check for. And then, like I said, then his ex-wife is dating his.
They were married for a long time, right? 25 years, something like that.
20-something years, yeah. And then, like, he's dating Michael Jordan. They used to babysit, like, Jordan's kids. I mean, both of them were really close.
Sure.
And now they're dating him. So, I mean, wow, that's crazy.
It is the ultimate salt in a wound.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can't deny that. I mean, and Scott, he can't get out of Jordan's shadow.
No, he can't.
And that's what it was. That's why I always took it that's part of the reason why he was always so bitter. On the Bulls, he was always at best number 2. At best.
Well, he was number 2 all the time with the Bulls, but his beef, which happens sometimes in life, is that he had a contract with the Bulls for when he came into the league for like 9 years. And he felt Jordan should have went to management and said, hey, give him more. And Jordan stayed out of it. He goes, that's your problem. Right. It continued on. But they did get along when they played together, and they were very good friends. They said, after the fact, families, vacation, a lot. Pippen's problem started when The Last Dance came out, and Jordan was openly saying things that he thought Scottie was very selfish about a couple things. That's when they started to really have a big riff.
Well, most recently, yeah.
Yes.
But they I don't know. I thought I remember them not really being the best of friends, and he always felt like he was a better player than, not that he was maybe necessarily a better player than Michael at the time, but I think it was more that he felt that he was as big of a star, and he was, again, he's overshadowed because it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but they got along when they played. And in the top 50 players of all time, which is an unbelievable achievement, Scottie Pippen was one of the top 50.
He's up. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, by the NBA. Yeah. I mean, so that was a big accomplishment. They just, like I said, for whatever reason, after they got done playing, they seemed to have some issues. They showed
something happened.
Yeah. But it started with The Last Dance. That's what stories are. He was really insulted because he helped do that movie and the whole 10-part series. Right. And then when it came out, he saw things that he didn't know were out. This is a story I read, and he got very upset.
Sure. Yeah.
And then again, Jordan called him selfish and stuff like that, and all these different things. And I'm sure Pippen knows a lot of stories about Jordan that, he can go public with a lot of different things. But whatever the case is, his wife got a bucket full of cash.
You would think if he's as bitter as he is at this point, he probably would.
He might.
Or will at some point.
Yeah, you can't call Michael Jordan a terrible basketball player. He said it was horrible.
No,
I mean, that just sounds like sour grapes.
Silly.
Yeah.
I'll listen to people say that LeBron is better than Michael, and they give reasons why and all that. And you can even say to me, well, Scottie was a better player. He had better stats here or there or something. You show me stats or something like that, and fine. Have an argument like that. But when it gets like that, it's just,
sour grapes.
Is all that it is.
Yeah, he's very angry, and I understand it. I mean, I'm sure he's not happy about the whole situation.
Yeah, well, it's
pretty brutal. It really is. You got to be like, after all the people, you got to go after him.
Yeah.
It is the Penthouse. It is a Wednesday. We got WWGD. We got some Florida stories. What do we got? We got some drugs, nakedness.
Man, we do. We got drugs. We got vibrators. We got a hoarder.
I'm in.
I'm
coming back now.
Sounds like my Saturday night.
So many things going on in your What the Florida when we get back on Real Radio 92.1.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by America's Best Contacts and Eyeglasses. Look sharp, shop smart, and take care of your eyes. Visit America's Best for a professional comprehensive eye exam, plus 2 pairs of glasses starting at just $79.95. Shop online or book an exam at americasbest.com. That's americasbest.com.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner. Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The money's good and the bids are high. Speedy, fast, the check is on Bank of America, and it's real. Give me the VIN.com. America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. Give me the VIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Second half of the year looking busier than the first? Hire with Indeed. Their powerful platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates in one place. Sponsor a job and immediately get a short list of quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work. The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Eating good is about more than just tasty food. Eating good is about doing good, too. And that's exactly what Fresh from Florida is all about. Supporting local Florida farmers, creating jobs in our communities, and of course, making sure you can enjoy all the fresh flavors Florida has to offer. Because produce tastes better when it's grown closer to home. So eat good tonight. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo where you shop. Learn more at followfreshfromflorida.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Want to improve your marksmanship while saving ammo and saving money? Get better faster with the Mantis X Dry Fire Training System.
It's time to shoot tighter groups.
The Mantis X Dry Fire Training System.
Score 97, bang on the money.
The Mantis X is a smart sensor that fits any weapon with a rail or adapter, pairing to your smartphone or tablet. Analyzes your shooting and tells you how to improve.
Mantis.
94% of shooters improve after just 20 minutes.
X.
Go to MantisX.com.
MantisX.com.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner. Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move.
Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Earlier crash cleared along the turnpike heading northbound before Lake Worth Road. All lanes have been reopened. You've got delays back to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Police activity continues. Seacrest Boulevard just north of Boynton Beach Boulevard at MLK Boulevard. Stick to Federal Highway instead. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at
1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Aw, man, Jimmy. I'm glad you got that rodent situation taken care of. That really does sound awful. A dead rodent in your car, and this Florida heat, and that smell. Ugh. But you did walk away learning a very valuable lesson, and that is never carpool with Richard Gere again. You know, you gotta do that rodent stuff in a controlled environment. Can't risk an escapee. I'm glad you're back, Jimmy.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It's amazing that Richard Gere
Poor guy.
rumor's been out for like 30 years and never ends.
It just won't shake. Yeah, he just can't shake it off.
I mean, there's been a lot of rumors about a lot of people. But that's one that just, I mean, out of nowhere, it just keeps coming back and back and back. So if you see Richard Gere, tell him, I don't believe that story, and just walk away. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And Francis is here.
Hey, happy Hope Day.
And it's time for Florida Stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, we'll start this WTF with a 47-year-old. His last name's Lee. We're just going to call him Levi. And he tried to steal a jet ski. And this is from Boucher Brothers. Well, the manager saw him trying to do it. He said he saw him try to push it into the water and hop on. And the manager's like, hey, what are you doing? And starts yelling at him. Then Levi takes a paddle that you utilize for like a paddleboard, and he breaks it and hits the manager in the head with it. Of course, he called the cops. Police said that Levi got into the water and refused to come out when the cops showed up. He's like, nope, I'm going to swim or I'm going to stay, I'm going to float. You got to come and get me is basically what happened.
I figured they're not going to come and get me. I'll just be in the middle of the ocean.
And he refused to. I mean, he was just like off the dock. They could have jumped in and got him. Instead, he stuck up his middle finger and gave him a big old F you. And then he did something that they weren't expecting. He took off his clothes. He took off his shorts and became completely nude.
Makes sense to me.
Why not, right?
Hey, maybe he figured they let him go.
Yeah, he's like, they definitely don't want to touch me if I'm nude.
Makes sense.
I'm not coming near that. Enjoy the jet ski.
They did say a couple Good Samaritans tried to get him out of the water because I guess the cops were just watching from the dock the whole time. So a couple people were like trying to get him. And this is probably why the cops just stood by, because they said that the two Good Samaritans were also struck by Levi too. He hit them.
Oh.
Eventually, they were able to get him out of the water. Officers punched Levi in the face.
In the face.
In order to gain control over him.
I'm sure
sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yep. And I'm sure it's very common with jet skis with people like trying to clip them and stuff like that. You know, people who get a little coupled in them, and
so you got to make sure you got the
security,
whatever it is,
the kill switch.
Yep, or the thing.
Yeah,
thing.
I know that
The thing on the cord. The thing that if you don't have it, can't start. That thing. So he was arrested on charges, all kinds. Aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting officer with violence, aggravated battery, lewd and lascivious behavior, and on and on and on. And then we have and on. And then we have a hoarder.
So on,
and so on and so forth and so on. And then we're going to move it to St. Pete, where Jason Johns was hanging out in jail. He got arrested back in December for possession of meth, and he was locked up on probation violations. Well, he gets out of jail, and he was like, where's all my crap? And I mean crap. So while he was in
Where's
jail.
all my crap? I mean crap.
While he was in jail, they said his friends and family were like, you know what, let's hire this company, Junk Warriors. And let's clean up his place because it's an absolute disaster. And they did. They gave him a discount rate. They hooked him up. Junk Warriors did.
Nice of them.
To clear the property. And they said there was a stunning 20 tons of trash that was hauled away. That is insane.
20 tons. You know how much that'd be there? I mean,
yeah, 20 tons.
I'm just saying, that's a lot of trash.
Way to do the math, Randy.
It's a lot of trash.
So
he must have had a big house. Snap, crackle, and here's my pop.
So now his neighbors say there's surveillance camera video showing him sifting through their trash cans near their home, like near his home, like just going to neighbors' houses, hauling shopping carts full of garbage and items back to his property. Doesn't eat it. He's just got a problem.
Yeah.
There was neighbors saying that he collects junk throughout the day, early in the morning, late into night. He also acts super irrationally when asked to stop. And he leaves obscene notes on the trash he doesn't take. They said,
Your trash sucks.
Yeah. They're like, well, we're kind of worried too. Like, what if he gets some of our personal information? He's going to end up with a credit card in our name. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on with him, but we want our neighborhood to be a civil neighborhood for everybody. And this guy is making it to where it's not. He has threatened to kill his neighbors. Like, he is just a crazy man hoarder guy.
It's crazy.
Uh-huh. The claim is that police have visited his home because of complaints since he's been back from jail 42 times since this past April. 42 times.
Jeez.
That is insane.
You know how much that's
since April.
Yeah. How much that's costing to go back and forth every single time and pull the police away from things that they really should be worried about?
What, like once every 3 days or something like that? Or once every 2 or 3 days?
There's so many people not playing with a full deck out there.
Well, just so you know, city officials said collecting junk is not illegal, and the court cannot put a lien on the property until violations total at least $15,000. I don't know where he stands on violations, but yeah, the collecting part is not illegal. I'm sure the threatening and stuff.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. And then finally here, we learned something new, that Target sells vibrators. Yes.
Meet you at Target later,
At
Jimmy.
least-
Nice.
At least the Target.
Aisle 11.
You fly, I'll buy.
At least the Target in Palm Coast. The reason why we know is because deputies responded to a report about a Target theft. And if you're listening, it's the one on Moody Boulevard if you're interested in going there for some adult
Jimmy's
toys.
writing it down.
Exactly.
Moody Boulevard.
Moody Boulevard?
In the Palm Coast. Yep.
Wow,
Nice.
Moody.
Okay, I'll check
It's a
that
weird
out.
name for a street.
Upon arrival, deputies found David Romero trying to back out of a parking spot outside of the Target. Well, the release shows that the deputies then tried to take Romero into custody. He had an arrest warrant out in Putnam County, but as they tried to place him in the patrol car, well, whoopsies, a pink vibrator fell out of his pants.
That's not normal.
No.
You got on a
They
Wednesday.
also found out that, well, it was like still like it was packaged, not in his package, but it was still packaged up. They said they later found out that he not only stole the vibrator from Target, but he also stole condoms, personal lubricant, several sexual enhancement products, and a T-shirt. It was probably a really sweet T-shirt he needed.
What was the T-shirt? What did it say?
I don't know.
Hook 'em horns.
This RV's rocking.
Don't come knocking.
They said their surveillance video shows him stuffing the items in shapewear, like Spanx, like found that. And then he was like, oh, I got to get a few groceries. So he picked up a few groceries, paid for the food, but left the store with all the other stolen goods. Now he is facing 1 count of petty theft, 4 counts of larceny, and this is from his previous arrest, charge of grand theft in connection to the arrest warrants. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis, but great job to Florida. You guys give it to us every day.
Florida.
That's 2729 East Moody Boulevard to be exact.
Thank you so much for that.
Man, you're unbelievable.
Write
the
that
stuff
down.
you do.
Write that down.
It is the Penthouse. We'll come back. We'll tell you about a new service that Domino's is offering that might be huge during the summer. What? We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be anything.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical Storm Watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage.
At T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live. Only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now.
Before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
That's AXS.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcasts.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Fontainebleau Miami Beach is your summer paradise getaway. Save up to 25%, plus receive up to a $100 resort credit when you stay 4 nights or more, June through September. The possibilities are endless. Book now at Fontainebleau.com.
Hey, it's the Greek. Today is the first day of summer. Time to kick back, enjoy, and find a nice beach chair. Well, Trajan Wealth can make that happen for you, where you can enjoy yourself, enjoy the beach, and just kick back with a pina colada. Because they have a team of experts in the financial world that are ready to make your money grow. And every day, who doesn't want their money to grow? Call them today, 561-390-1000, or visit their website, TrajanWealth.com, for more information. Your 401k, you just can't set it and forget it. They can map out a plan to give you financial freedom to enjoy your retirement. CEO Jeff Jr. wants you to enjoy your retirement and life. So give them a call today, 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000 for financial freedom. Or go to their website for more information, TrajanWealth.com. They can make your money grow and let you really enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
We're Storm Smart. Here in Florida, that's a name people trust. For over 26 years, we've been making storm catcher screens, the leading hurricane safety product on the market, protecting over 90,000 Florida homes in communities just like yours. And while storms may come and go, one thing's for sure, Storm Smart's here to stay. Day in and day out, we'll be here, working harder to make sure you can breathe a little easier. Smart is protecting our community, today and tomorrow.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work. The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. We are, for the most part, a reactionary society. If your neighbor has a break-in, you think about getting an alarm. If your buddy gets laid off, you say, I better buckle down at work. If banks start closing, you may want to ask yourself if you should keep most or all of your money in a bank. It may be time for a portfolio protection plan. It may be time to have a little personal gold reserve. Call my friends at the Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
The News Junkie is brought to you by Gordon and Partners. ForTheInjured.com. 561-333-3333.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties so that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The most exciting jewelry buying opportunity is happening right now at Diamonds Direct. Pick any jewelry item and get up to 5 years special interest financing, or take up to $5,000 off right now. Everyone's loving this because you get to design your ring and your payment plan and take advantage of our most flexible options ever. But hurry, this amazing offer ends June 30th. Enjoy amazing financing for up to 5 whole years, or get our best ever sale price. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. In Boca Raton behind Town Center. Get details and more at diamondsdirect.com. On approved credit.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Earlier crash cleared along the Turnpike heading northbound before Lake Worth Road. All lanes have been reopened and got delays back to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Police activity continues Seacrest Boulevard just north of Boynton Beach Boulevard at MLK Boulevard. Stick to Federal Highway instead. I'm Michael Solar with your South Florida traffic.
This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone and text the word HAPPY right now to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
Rover's Morning Glory.
It's the Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the Morning.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
All of the best free curated playlists.
It's everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Welcome to the good stuff. I'm Jacob Schick, a third-generation combat Marine.
And I'm his co-host and wife, Ashley Schick. We believe everyone has a story to tell, not only about the peaks, but the valleys they've been through to get them to where they are today. We're joined by some amazing guests who share the lessons they've learned that shape who they are and what they're doing to pay it forward and give back.
Listen to the good stuff on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Always appreciate you guys listening to Real Radio. After us, it is the News Junkie, and then Rover, and then Lex and Terry. That is the lineup. Thanks for always tuning in. We do appreciate it. And don't forget, all week long, Rapids Water Park, a great way to enjoy South Florida. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and a good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
Now, Domino's has got a new service they're going to give to their customers where you just send them your PIN location and they will deliver it to you. So maybe if you're on the beach or just hanging out with your friends, it's a new thing that they're doing at Domino's, and you're just going to send them your PIN, boom, and they bring the pizza to you. That was pretty cool. Maybe you're on a rooftop with some of your friends just hanging out, and you're like, hey, bring me a pizza. I talked about that time I was talking to a girl about 6 months ago, and she said, Greek, send me your PIN. I'm like, I just met you. I'm not going to give you my PIN number. She said, no, your location. I had no clue how to do something.
I was going to say, do you know how to drop a pin?
Now I do, but I didn't then. I wasn't giving her my PIN number. I go, I just met you.
I still never did it. I mean, I sort of, when you were telling that story,
Yeah,
and we were
that was a
talking,
while
I was like,
ago,
oh,
yeah.
okay, well, that makes sense. I get the little pin that MapQuest uses and everything. So I sort of get that, but I don't know. Does it surprise you? This doesn't surprise me at all. Matter of fact, if anything, I'm surprised that they're the first ones to do this and it isn't already out there.
Yeah. I mean, again, they're just trying to make it more convenient for their customers. And summertime, people at the beach, obviously, hanging out, doing stuff, and outdoors a lot more. It could be maybe you're at a cabin someplace, camping.
Especially down here.
Yeah,
I mean, the way people go out a lot, or you could be out on the town, Again, the beach is a perfect example.
Sure. Where you could just say, hey, this is where I'm at, bring it to me. And it's good for the customer, obviously, and it's great for Domino's. It's another way for them to make money. But, obviously you got to know how to do that and handle it. But, they're trying to make everything as convenient as they can.
They're saying that, it may be a little tough on the delivery people, right? But they do have tools on their side of it, too. Obviously, once the delivery person arrives near the pickup spot, the service activates a visual signal on their phone, which you provide. So, you can put in what you're wearing, like if you got a bright yellow shirt on or something.
You're by a landmark or something they can point out.
Kind of quote unquote pinpoint it a little bit closer for you.
Now, if you're on the beach, then the kid's got to walk all the way out to you.
Yeah, that's the point where you're just like, all right, meet me on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
That poor kid just walking in the sand. That's not easy.
Yeah, it's hot as hell. You got to bring a pizza. You're sweating your ass off.
Better be a good tip.
I was just going to say, it better be a good tip. They should charge. I wonder if they do charge extra for that because you're sweating your ass off and you're hanging out. It's like
I didn't see anything on it that there would be a charge for it or not. Any more than a normal delivery would be, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice convenience. I mean, for the person, there's no doubt about it. It's like when you're in Miami or Fort Lauderdale, the big beaches, there's always people walking around selling water, bottled water and stuff like that. Whatever, $5.
And apparently they can, if they don't find you in 4 minutes, they can bail.
Oh, really?
Okay, that's it. 4 minutes, huh?
Wow, that's quick.
So,
well, not really.
So you better go get it to, I mean, because otherwise you'll be charged for it, I would imagine.
Some of the beaches take you 4 minutes to walk down to the water.
Wow.
I mean, like in Miami.
Yeah, but you probably can keep track, like you can with Uber Eats and all these other delivery services, of how close they're getting.
Yeah.
So when you realize that they're getting close, and you start making your way towards them.
Yeah.
So I wanted to look this up after that because I was like, man, I wonder once this happens how crazy deliveries they're going to get. And I found this article, and it was the most bizarre situations pizza delivery drivers have found themselves in, and some are delivery spots. One person went in here and said, I actually delivered to a man who lived under a porch. They said, I drove it to the house. Yeah, I said, I drove it to the house. It's pitch black, no lights on. I look at the ticket, and it says, use back door. So I go up the steps, no lights on, nothing. Then I hear a voice from below me say, hey, I'm down here. I look under. I look under the porch, and there's a small door leading into what looked like a makeshift apartment. He's like, I actually had to crouch down to get to it. Gave the guy the pizza and bounced the F out of there. Is what they said.
I gotta go.
Somebody said that, and we saw this with the Amazon driver. I delivered a pizza while there was a police raid going on. Right in that area. Remember that Amazon?
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Walks right up to the cops. Give him the delivery. Hey, this is
that's the address. Once you guys get out of this.
Yep. They said it was in a dodgy part of town. And when they went out there, it was, he said it's like SWAT and everything. It almost feels like the one with the Amazon driver that was there. Somebody said they had to deliver a pizza to a funeral. Somebody in a funeral ordered a pizza.
God.
Was like,
was it the dead guy?
Starving right now.
That'd be impressive.
He opens up the casket, takes a slice, and closes it. I love this pizza. I would die for it.
Hey, speaking of that, you remember that lady that was in her casket?
Yeah, she knocked on the door. Yeah,
she did pass away now.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that's a bummer. Why are you smiling about it? Jimmy is like grin on his face. I'm like, what's so funny?
He had her in the death pool.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he just figured
and I'm
she
laughing
wasn't
at you for smiling at it. Somebody, you would love this, Jimmy. Someone delivered.
Stop laughing at me.
someone delivered to a swingers party. Yep. They said,
you want a tip? Come on in.
Sausage jokes.
Come on in. You want a tip?
What happened? They said that's what happened to this Reddit user. They said this one time I delivered a pizza to a swingers party. It wasn't like on the set of a porno or anything. Straight up told me when I was having a party. He said he ordered 12 pizzas, and he said, yeah, the guy was like totally open about it. Who he ordered the pizza, he's like, yeah, that's my very first swingers party, and I just want to make sure everyone has a good time and that their bellies are
the
full.
pizza's gonna help.
That was considerate.
Oh,
here coming to pie jokes.
That was considerate of him.
Says a lot about the lineup he had.
He said one person said they tipped with acid.
Really?
Like LSD.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Got some shrooms instead? More of a mushroom guy.
How about a Johnny Walker Blue 750 millimeter? You got that?
All right.
This is somebody delivered to a porn shoot. So that reminds me, my mom used to make, remember the incredible cake she used to make?
Oh, unbelievable.
So
roulette.
So my mom, somebody had ordered a cake from her, and my mom is not as much as a prude. I'm starting to learn, as I thought she was. And she's just adorable. And she's very soft-spoken. And so so she got asked to make a cake, and it was like a tip jar or something. And they wanted like a bunch of money to come out of it and like something else. And they told it exactly what they wanted. And so my mom was like, and the cake was amazing because all her cakes she made were pretty damn incredible.
Unbelievable. Right?
So she goes to deliver it, and she doesn't know where she's going, and it was the old Tease Lounge. And my mom walks in.
Oh, my God.
And my mom walks in, and she was like, oh, my God.
Is this the address?
Because she hasn't, I don't know if she's ever stepped foot into a strip club.
Wow,
and
I'm here.
She got an eye full. Let's just say that.
Your mom's cakes were I was at the Wynn one time, and I told a girl about that who worked in a bakery because there was a roulette wheel, which you remember, and I was just saying, do you guys ever do anything like that? It was unbelievable. And I think she did one with Johnny with Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I think it was like the Gators and the
Gators.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think it was both, yeah.
Unbelievable.
No, they were pretty incredible. I'm
They
sure
really
we
were.
have pictures somewhere. But
They were great. It is the Penthouse. If you had any crazy places where you delivered pizza, let us know. We're going to come back with a trifecta and some WWGD. I'm going to look up some new words in the dictionary. I really have a dictionary in front of me. I'm dead serious. Peace.
We'll be your friend. Follow us at Real Radio 92.1 on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical Storm Watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. This week's podcast answers your questions about the Trump indictment. What's in the indictment? How is it different from Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Will there be a trial? What's next?
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now.
We know that aging is not for the faint of heart, but the landing of Lake Worth celebrates the rewards of aging and tackles the challenges head on. We believe life should be joyful at every stage, so we have a unique focus on wellness of mind, body, and spirit, bringing an unparalleled sense of optimism to residents and their families. Come home to personalized assisted living and memory care services at the Landing of Lake Worth, where happiness never grows old. Visit thelandingoflakeworth.com for more information. That's thelandingoflakeworth.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, and it's summertime, and the summer series continues. Saturday the 24th, Patrick M. in the house. Spinning for you guys every Saturday night. Monroe's got famous DJs stopping in to play some music for you and to have a great time, and add to the beautiful ladies that are there 7 days a week. What a great way to end your week at Monroe's for the summer series. It continues all summer long. Great atmosphere, beautiful ladies, open at 5 a.m. and a 5-star menu. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the summer series continued.
Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. Get experienced representation, support staff 24/7, and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 5-star Google reviews of satisfied clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community, handpicked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Pool season is here, but open roles got you underwater? Check out Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded Best Over-the-Counter Medicine and Health Product in Earache Relief by U.S. News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Hey, it's the Greek. When you come home and your AC's not working, it's not a great feeling. So what do? You pick up the phone, you got to call somebody who's reliable and will show up and do the job. And I have the place for you. Filter by HVAC Solutions. They'll handle all your AC needs. They'll give you a tune-up, they'll install ACs, repair them, and 24 hours they'll get to you. Filter by HVAC Solutions. Cares about their customers and wants to keep them cool this summer with a 24-hour emergency response. Call today, 855-4FL-HVAC. Stay cool. Call these guys.
Welcome back. Dave and Herb here, and we're talking fresh.
Fresh from Florida, that is. Dave, tell our listeners about the produce that's in season.
There's tomatoes, broccoli, watermelon, freppers, spinach.
Wait, hold it. You're just putting fra in front of produce.
Yeah, as in fresh from Florida.
Produce tastes better when it's grown closer to home. You don't need to make up words.
Really?
Ugh, friends, Visit followfreshfromflorida.com to see what's in season.
Don't you mean .from?
Really?
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Boynton Beach, we have police activity. Avoid the area. Seacrest Boulevard. Between Boynton Beach Boulevard and a gateway, you'll need to use Federal Highway instead. We're still slow on the Turnpike North. Right before Lake Worth Road, delays back from Boynton Beach Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. This week's podcast answers your questions about the Trump indictment. What's in the indictment? How is it different from Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Will there be a trial? What's next?
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now.
Tomorrow, iHeartRadio is partnering with Global Citizen to join artists, activists, and global citizens around the world, calling on world leaders to take urgent action against climate change and to power our planet. Celebrate the movement with Lenny Kravitz, Billie Eilish, Her, John
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a tremendously beautiful day in South Florida. If everything goes as scripted, it might start raining like cats meow and dogs woof around 5:15. So if you got anything to do, make sure you do it before then. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And hello, Francis.
Oh, hello, G-Man.
Oh, we're going to do a trifecta and then some WWGD.
Riders up. It's Creaky Trifecta.
All right, Franny does this on Fridays, but I'm doing it for you today. If you want to go see the NBA draft, give you a little bit of a heads up. Tomorrow night, where the Heat play, they are going to have a draft party, and it is free. Opens up at 7 o'clock. You can check out the NBA draft. I'm sure the Heaters are going to have a lot of different things going on, but you can check out the draft on their big screen. It sounds like a cool evening, and it is free. So if you want to go down with, by yourself, friends, or with kids, it is still a place where, you know what, that's where the Miami Heat are playing. And they were just in the NBA Finals. Last night in baseball, the Reds won their 10th in a row. They were playing the Rockies today. They were losing 2-0 in the 5th, but they won 10 in a row. Hats off to the Reds. Remember, in baseball, everything is streaks. That's what it's all about, streaks. And I always hear different stories about the casinos from friends and from the Visa network and people that I know are out there. And there was a guy last week who was playing video poker. He won $1 million. But check this out. He won $600,000, went to lunch, and then came back like 35 minutes later on the same machine, won another $400,000.
Nice.
That's unbelievable. Because most times they say if you hit a slot machine, walk away. Because, like, it's played out, you know what I mean? Like, it paid off is what people say. Right. And I know video poker is a little different, but it's still the same concept. It's a machine, and you would think it just hit. But he hit again, they said, like a half hour later for $400,000. That's pretty impressive. I believe that was at Caesars Casino. That was all over the papers, and I was checking that out. But that pretty nice. The guy's like, I'm a little hungry. Just won $600,000. Let me go get some lunch. I'll come back. Goes back.
I bet he had a nice lunch, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Caviar, steak, the whole thing, shrimp, lobster by the box. I'm sure he had a great time. And that is your last Greek Trifecta, sponsored by Tequila 512. Peace.
All right. Well, since it's the final trifecta on a Wednesday, that means this is something that we get into where you email us. And the email is jimmy@realradio921.com. And specifically, you're emailing us because you are seeking the advice of G-Man. This is WWGD. What would Greek do?
Get ready for WWGD. What would Greek do?
You didn't even let me get it out of my mouth.
I know.
Can you believe people ask this guy for advice?
I mean, you rub it hard enough, something's gonna happen.
Damn right. I mean, really?
I'm never going to the Super Bowl again. I made that contradiction last year.
What? Seriously?
Because I put myself before you.
It's WWGD.
Donkaddiction. Still one of my favorite words that you made up. All right.
That's in a dictionary, by the way.
Is it? You just had the Webster's Dictionary in here. Look up donkaddiction.
Right now I'm doing a show.
Oh, okay.
But I'll check it as
Got it. Thank you.
I'm busy, Franny.
Yeah.
You know I walk around my Webster's.
I know, it's so funny. He had the dictionary here. I don't know why he had the dictionary here, but he did. And then he was like, dictionary, I'm going to look up words. And he leaves going, to be or not to be? And I'm like, so are you reading Shakespeare or are you looking up words in the dictionary?
Whatever.
I was very confused.
Stop beating me up.
To be or not to be? Looking up words in the dictionary. All right. First up, we got Dan that writes in. Dan the man. And Dan said, last year my girlfriend and I rented a beautiful Airbnb in Mexico for a couple weeks.
Ooh,
and this
nice.
year I can only get 1 week vacation, and we already rented the house. My girlfriend wants to stay the additional week and bring one of her girlfriends down when I leave.
Okay.
He's like, I'm not happy about this, and I don't think it's safe. And maybe I'm kind of jealous about it too. But do you think I'm being selfish putting up a hard time telling her she needs to come back with me after 1 week? G-Man, WWGD, what would Greek do?
I think he already answered himself. If he really is worried about her safety, where are they going?
Mexico.
All right. Mexico is not the safest spot. We've heard that many times.
That's Greek for the Mexican tourism.
Hey, I'm just telling you what I hear.
I mean, he's going there. They went there last year, and he said it was a beautiful time.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to Mexico, me personally.
I mean, I'm going and... You're going to another trip? Yeah, I'm going in December.
How many vacations do you get? You're on vacation. You're on more cities than Lady Gaga.
I already told you this one was a friend got us, my husband and I, this for our birthday.
I thought you were taking away for his birthday.
Oh, I am. Yeah, that's Costa Rica.
Oh my God!
And that's Labor Day weekend. Chill out.
Taylor Swift.
Oh my God! What are you, Taylor Swift? I mean, I can't go to Del Rey. Are you kidding me? Oh,
you're in Boca. Not that far.
That's my point. I can't even go there.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, if he's worried about her safety, I could see. But it sounds already like in the email he's jealous because she's going to be down there.
Nothing to do with safety.
And she's going to be probably, I would tell her she can't wear a thong. And maybe he's worried she's going to get picked up by somebody. But yeah, it sounds like he's jealous. I mean, sometimes you do things in life and then you hope the person does the right thing. And maybe he thought she'd be like, oh, I'll come back after week 2. But she's like, I want to stay. So I think he sounds like he's jealous.
Of course.
I know, but what do you think that's what he sounds? But are you telling him to let her go? Are you telling him to, like he said, should she come back with me after 1 week?
I would let her go. I would let the girlfriend go first, and I would go to second week. In my mind.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
All right, if he only gets the 1 week.
Yeah, because I would feel, if he's really worried about her safety, I would do it that way. Like, go with your girlfriend the first week. And then I'll come
if something happens to you, then I'm not coming.
Yeah. Let it happen to you
Let
first.
her handle it.
There it is, kids. Write that down.
Oh, boy.
That's life advice for you.
Just being honest.
Wow.
I mean, if it's bad down there, why am I going to go? Right, Jimmy? I mean, come on. It's a Jersey thing. I'm not going to risk my own ass.
I'll put that in my mouth. Might hear that again.
I'm just saying, if it's risky down there, you check out the neighborhood. I think he's being jealous, obviously. It's Mexico. They got a house. There's guys down there. I get all that, but...
There's guys everywhere, not just in Mexico.
Yeah, but they'll be drinking and partying, their mindset. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but I just let her do it. Because she's going to want to do it anyway. Why do you ever want to make somebody do something out of guilt in them? I don't think that's a great thing. And then she may always say, like, oh, I had to come back early because you didn't want me to stay because you're a pansy. But I would go to second week. I would.
Okay, what about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, I agree to the extent that you shouldn't stop her from doing it. And it's a waste of money. Already paid for it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought you said in the beginning.
I don't know if they paid for it yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you said that.
No, I can only get 1 week vacation. Last year they did it for 2 weeks, right?
Oh,
and he
okay.
can only get, and she wants to stay an additional week.
But they had already booked it.
It doesn't say for how long. She just wants to stay an additional week, and he can't.
Well, she's being selfish.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. That's a horse of a different color.
Let her stay for another week, dude.
And I'm with you. And if it has to do maybe safety concerns, because yes, sometimes like the Airbnb we're getting in Costa, we have security and stuff like that we're going to be. Do not roll your eyes.
I'm just saying, how many vacations? Oh my God.
We are like, we can hire security. We can do stuff like that because we're in a place that we're not familiar with.
Yeah.
And if you don't feel comfortable with her being at an Airbnb, maybe the week that she's gone, maybe she puts herself up in a resort or something that makes you feel a little bit more safe.
Oh, more money.
We don't know how much it's going to cost.
Oh, I don't know.
And I'm guessing it doesn't say he's putting up the money for her week.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about that.
The money doesn't sound like
No.
it's the issue. It's more.
He doesn't want her to go.
He doesn't want her
Yeah.
to be there without her.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Because he's only getting 1 week vacation. Last week he got 2, and he can't spend that second week.
If she was honorable, she'd come back and be like, you know what, hon, it's not worth it without you. I love you. Let's
If she
just
was
go back.
honorable.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Here we go.
All right.
That was great for the playback.
Next up is Bruce.
Mexican tourism program.
Yeah.
I do a podcast down in Mexico, 2 to 4.
All right. Bruce is up to good luck, Dan. And yeah, just let her go have a good time. So Bruce's girlfriend and him, they've been dating for 2 years, and her lease is up in September. Not that far away. Well, she wants to move into his townhouse with him and see if they can take that next step. And that is that next step, moving in together.
All right.
I'm just a little reluctant and not sure if this is a good idea. And I think it may hurt our relationship because I kind of like my own space and my freedom at home.
Okay.
He's agreed. I'm aware that you've lived with a few girls. What are the downsides? I think if we move in together, I will feel a bit trapped. WWGD, what would Greg do?
Don't move in with her. I mean, going in, you're already saying you're going to feel trapped. That's not a good thing. And I know what she's saying. It's 2 years, but it doesn't.
2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he wants to do it, and I don't think he should do it. That's just my opinion. If you feel like that going in, it's not good.
Should they even be together? Because if she was ready to take the next step, then there's other steps after that. And he doesn't even want to take this step.
I mean, he's got to re-examine the whole thing then. I mean, I guess it's something he's got to really take down and think about. For me, living with girls was easy because it was in their name. I paid all the bills and I just left. So it was really no pun. You know what I mean? I'm out.
I mean, it doesn't seem like a financial problem or anything like that. It's feeling trapped and him liking his own space.
Again, after 2 years, he should feel ready to move in with her. If he's not, there's bigger issues. The question is, should he move in with her? I think the answer is no. Because once she moves in and she gets a lease, then she's with him for a year. That's not good. I'd rather say to her, you know what? I'm not ready yet.
I don't think there's a lease involved. She wants to move into his townhouse.
I know, but whose lease is ending?
Hers is.
Okay, so when she's out, if she moves in with him, then she's stuck with him. I mean, you know what I mean? And she's not getting her own place. And I just think it doesn't sound to me like he wants it. So I wouldn't do it. That's it. I just wouldn't do it. When somebody says the word trap to me, that means you're not comfortable and you feel like a burden.
I agree.
Yeah. He answered the question without even hitting the send button.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a bad feeling.
I think there's more to it. I mean, you said in here, she wants to take that next step. You're reluctant. You feel trapped. You this and that. I don't know if this is a good fit for you because, you should take those next steps. And if you're not on the same page, I don't know if it's going to work out for the two of you.
Yeah, sometimes, you see somebody 3-4 times a week. It's good. 6-7 times, you're like, it's just not that much. You know what I mean? It just happens. I mean, who can predict Mother
just
Nature?
know if you tell her she can't move in, you guys may be dealing with a breakup.
Yeah, you might, and you might not. She might stay. It's worse if she comes in, I think. And
I don't think they should move in together if he doesn't want her there.
No, because I think then he's going to resent her.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
If he doesn't want her there, then he'll be like, I didn't even want this. You wanted it. I know I've been in situations like that sometimes with somebody, and I was just like, you know what? I didn't really want this. I was just being nice. And now you busted my stones? Don't need it.
All right.
Get screwed again.
Yep. This is WWGD. Hearing what would Greek do?
I just won't move in.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't either.
All right. And Brenda's up next. Brenda's boyfriend of 2 years always gets on her about spending money. I make more than him, but we share the bills. But he thinks that I blow a lot of my own money, going out with my friends, buying clothes. I'm just trying to have a good time. I feel like I work hard and it's my money. As long as I'm paying my half, he should have no reason to say anything. I want to have a future with him. I think he could be the one. But when he gets on me about spending money, I feel like it really pushes me away. Do you think there's some way that we can work this out, or do you think this will continue for the rest of our relationship? WWGD, what would Greek do?
I'm going to take a page from my brother, who was a therapist for 30 years. And he was right. The rules of a marriage happen when you date. And then when you get married, they continue. This is the way he's going to be. So if that really is pushing you away, then you better change it up, because he's not going to change. He's going to be on you forever. But I do believe that when you're dating somebody and then you get married, everything stays the same. If one person's paying, the other person's not going to pay. If one person's clean, the other person, those things continue. There's not some magic wand that goes over your head when you say I do and you change. That's who they are. And you really shouldn't change people either. Take them for what they are. And if you love them, who's perfect? Anyone? Jimmy? Who's perfect?
Nobody.
That's right. So I just think that's what he's going to be like if they get married. He's going to be the same way, busting her horns. And some people are spenders and some people aren't. It's her money, though. So that's the one thing. She's not going into his cave and taking his rocks. So he really shouldn't have a bitch. She's paying half. I'd be kissing her ass.
Jimmy, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't see. See, I'm trying to think, like, how do you really approach it? Because, you know, if you say it the way you need to say it, which is, hey, this is my money, bitch. You know, and you know, it's really it's not his deal. It's her money. I mean, I don't. Just trying to find a nice way of saying that, you know, hey, you know, we make sure that, you know, everything's paid for first, you know.
But some people don't
get
get
that. And then open another checking account and hide the rest of your dough.
That's awesome.
I
love
you.
you.
Know, you have to say it nicely is the only thing that I can say, because you're asking for an answer, and the answer is, first and foremost, I agree 100% with Greek and Franny that that's the way he is.
Yeah.
He's obviously very thrifty and he wants to save money, so he doesn't like to see that, and that's the type of person he is. So you have to understand that that's who you're going to be with, or maybe he's not the right person.
Yeah, I mean, and people don't change. Yeah, and some people just don't.
Not when it comes to money.
Money.
A lot of time, but that change you can change. I've seen it happen, and you can. But I don't know. I mean, the question you're asking is, do you think this is going to continue for the rest of our relationship?
Yes.
There you go.
I just do. I just think people are like that. If somebody, it could be not only money, it could be drinking, gambling, partying. If you're on that and that bothers you, then that could be the wrong person.
Oh yeah,
really? Because every night you're dealing with it.
And at least acknowledge it and know that you are acknowledging that.
And if you love somebody enough, you know what? You take the dents and the fender. That's what it's about.
All right. Well, good luck, Dan and Bruce and Brenda. And if you ever want to seek the advice of the wise one over here, Greek, you can always email us, Jimmy@realradio921.com.
And believe me, by the way, I don't charge you guys for this advice. I could. So I'm just saying.
Greek getting screwed again.
I'm just saying.
Damn good snap.
I could charge you. I'm giving this thing on the arm. You tomato cans, I'm letting you have it. Great show as always. Don't want to say it, but it's honest. It's like if you look good. You look in the mirror and you're like, come on, really? Jimmy, awesome. By the way, thank you for coming back. All your snap, crackle, and pop was awesome. We missed you yesterday. Thank you, and great job as always.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Francis. And thank you for listening.
Every day I think of words to describe working with this young lady, but boy, does she make my life so much better, and I look forward every day. When I see her in the studio, I get like a kid on Christmas. I'm so excited. I'm like, yay, she's here!
You know what I noticed is that he looks at himself while he says that. So I think he's thinking about himself while he puts me in the mix.
I'm giving you a compliment. You think I'm thinking about it? Of course I'm thinking about me.
You're staring at yourself as you say those words.
I mean them, though. I write these before the show.
Yeah.
I write them before the show. Great job.
Single ladies.
Great job.
Whatever.
I can't win with you.
Thank you.
And tomorrow I want a list of your vacations.
Why?
How many weeks do you get? How many weeks do you
Why?
get?
And thank you, Jimmy, for everything. Glad to have you back. I'm glad everything got worked out with you. G-Man, I hope things get worked out with you.
Oh, boy.
I'm not even going to
And
say
thank
it.
you so much.
You got jokes.
Charity party words.
Yeah, there is no party words. We'll be back tomorrow, you knuckleheads. And don't forget, don't be a tomato can. Peace.
This must be why God created YouTube.
Well, this and cat videos. But mainly for the cat videos.
Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical Storm Watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcasts.
Good Greek moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
Welcome back. Dave and Herb here, and we're talking fresh.
Fresh from Florida, that is. Dave, tell our listeners about the produce that's in season.
There's tomatoes, broccoli, watermelon, freppers, spinach.
Wait, hold it. You're just putting fra in front of produce.
Yeah, as in fresh from Florida.
Produce tastes better when it's grown closer to home. You don't need to make up words.
Really?
Ugh, friends, visit followfreshfromflorida.com to see what's in season.
Don't you mean .from?
Ugh, really?
Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com right now for an office near you.
If your home or business just isn't giving you the joy it once did, it's time for a refresh. Contact your local CertaPro painters and put the power of pro to work for you. That's CertaPro's power of doing the job right, on time and on budget. The power of proven experts with the skills to refresh, rejuvenate, and reinvigorate your home or business. Get your project started today at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work. The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Boynton Beach, we've had police activity for some time. Avoid this area, Seacrest Boulevard between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Gateway. Use Federal Highway instead. And make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the ride today. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone and text the word HAPPY right now to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. The News Junkie is on.
The three best friends you never knew you had, running through the most viral stories of the day.
The News Junkie Sean Wasson with Sabrina and C-Lane.
It is Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. Lots to get to today, from knocking sounds from the Titanic sub to a TV reporter's embarrassing hot mic moment and a killer whale bites a SeaWorld trainer. Plus your calls, dispatches, emails, texts, and more. Hey there, Sabrina.
Happy hump day.
Hello, C-Lane.
What's happening?
And hello to you. You can join us on the show today. All you have to do is send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com. Hit record on your first dispatch today. You can also watch the show on YouTube and twitch.tv/thenewsjunkie. Your message is rolling right into the studio in real time. How's everybody doing on a Wednesday?
Good. What day is it?
I like that it's Wednesday. I
Love
like that we
that.
got that going for
Love
us.
that.
That's real nice today. And we're going to have some fun with you. So join us with your dispatches and much more.
And you know what sucks? Like next week, I got to work all 5 days.
I know. I don't like that.
Do we, though?
I don't like that. We got some people angry about that. I'll tell you about it later.
I meant to turn up my volume. My
What, do we
bad.
have an angry email?
You know
about
the emailers. You know how the emailers go. There's one guy in particular we got to talk about later, but here we go. Let's put our ears to the ground, our fingers on the pulse. Let's see what's happening in this great, big, wide world of ours. And we go to WVUA Television. And reporter Giselle Hood just finished a report about a murder, unfortunately for her. And she didn't realize that her microphone was still on, and it caught her celebrating how well her report went afterwards. Here we go.
In the newsroom, Giselle Hood, WVUA 23 News.
Thanks, Giselle. 3 people,
Listen.
including a child, were shot and killed in a domestic violence incident in Orlando, Florida.
Police say the suspect in the domestic violence incident died in an
Slay! She said, slay, after she... But unfortunately, there's a murder story going on as she's saying this.
Yeah. I mean, technically, of all the words to say, it does relate.
Yeah,
there was
but
a slaying.
She was like, I want to tell you, I want to make it abundantly clear I was talking about my live shot going well and not the shooting that they were reporting about afterwards. Because they're like, there was a murder in Orlando.
Including a child, were shot and killed in a domestic violence incident in Orlando, Florida.
Police say the suspect in the domestic violence incident died in an officer.
You can hear the party in her voice. I think somebody asked her afterwards if she got fired or not. Let's see what she said.
You guys have a lot of questions, so I want to give you a behind-the-scenes look at how and why things like this can happen.
She's milking this.
Disclaimer, I did wait to post the blooper, so by now it's about 2 or 3 months old. So while WVUA 23 is a commercial news station, it's also owned by the University of Alabama, which means it's heavily dependent on interns. The shift that you saw in the video was a weekend shift.
Oh, she's about to blame this on the intern who didn't turn off her microphone. She's about to throw the intern on the bus.
Not for nothing, but it's definitely that guy's fault.
Yeah, for not turning off the microphone, because that's how it works. There's somebody at a big board, and they're responsible for turning things on and off.
It's the exact same thing in this room.
Yeah, I mean...
See, I just screamed slay, and you didn't hear it.
Right, because the microphone was off, as it should have been in her case. But
if we had an intern in charge of that, we would be screwed.
Oh, we yell at them, too. And she's throwing them right under the bus.
It's like entirely interns. Besides the director and a couple production people, the anchors, the reporters, I'm a grad student, everyone is an intern.
Damn.
The sound guy for that night happened to be training, so he was pretty much brand new.
Oh my God. She is throwing him under the bus.
And then going off camera. That's the point when they're supposed to cut my mic. Regardless, you always wait to try and avoid situations like this.
Did you get fired or not?
About the first 5 seconds of that was just me standing there making sure that I'm clear they've gone on to the next story. Once I'm confident that I'm off camera, they're
all right. My gosh, you know, some people don't need 3-minute TikToks.
No, they should have limited it to 1 minute and kept
90
it there.
seconds for this lady.
Yeah, she's like, and then I took.
They wouldn't let her talk. They wouldn't let her talk about an important story this long on the news.
How crazy is it that the whole damn TV station is staffed by interns? Though that seems a little screwy. Well, did she get fired or not?
Corey, I take out my IFB, which is how I can hear communication from
my
the director,
God.
and I start to walk off the pedestal I'm on. You can hear me rustling my scripts a little bit.
Oh, my
I was super
God.
proud of my live shot, so of course you hear me say, slay, and that's what comes on the television. But because I had my IFB out, I didn't even know that aired until I went in the production room. Honestly, none of us really knew how clear it was.
You know what? I would have done without it. Now I kind of hate the clip.
Yeah, she didn't get fired, and she's still working with the television company.
Slay.
But she really wanted to stretch out that story for the whole 2-minute TikTok with all the in-depth details that you were looking for. There is an update, and it's a big one that came out yesterday about this Titanic sub. This was this little sub.
FYP completely riddled with all of the news and people's ideas and like really terrible skits about it.
This is the thing right now. This is like when the kids were stuck in the mine, like when any of these other things go on. We've got a clock ticking less than 24 hours. These folks are going to be able to be safe inside this sub if they are still alive. And it looks like they might be with this knocking report. You know, they said they heard knocking at like 30-minute intervals over and over and over again. And they're trying to like triangulate it, trying to figure out if they can find out where this thing is.
Is the knocking in a particular sequence that makes it sound like SOS?
I don't know. We'll hear from this report in a second here to see if they talk more about like what the pattern was. But they just said that they're hearing knocking. One of the most insane things, they said they heard the knocking from a plane that flies over these places. How even does that work? That is wild to me. So you fly a plane over the ocean and you could hear knocking from a sub that's under the water. That's really, really crazy to me.
And it must be a super directional microphone.
I guess so.
Or sonar.
Or whatever they're using. I've never heard anything like this before. Here's some of the details from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They were talking about this.
On that missing Titanic submersible. Despite a broadened search today, still no visible sign of the vessel, but there are reports of sounds detected. As an expert we spoke to says that window of opportunity is quickly closing.
Yeah, you know, the thing that I heard yesterday was it's not that they're going to run out of oxygen, like an oxygen supply for the submarine. It's that they have a little machine on the sub, and it takes all the carbon dioxide that they're breathing out.
A scrubber or something, right?
Yeah, and it scrubs that from the air, giving them clear oxygen to breathe. So if that runs out, then they slowly, basically die. Yeah, they just, choke to death.
Also, I saw in a diagram somewhere.
Or asphyxiate.
And there obviously there's a whole, myriad wrong decisions made regarding this submersible.
It seems that way.
But I saw in a diagram somewhere that the window on the thing is where the toilet is.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. So that little nub that looks kind of like, well, we all know it, like a giant eyeball.
Yeah.
Sure, that's what it looks like. That's where the window is, and there's all this argument over whether the window's rated to go 12,000 feet below sea level. They said that's where the window is and the toilet.
That's the terrible design.
And the rest of the people are looking at computer screens.
Right, and only one of the people who's in there, because there's enough for 4 or 5 people, only one person can stretch out their legs. Everybody else, everybody else is in a crunched position. And I heard from an expert who said that there's only 2 places.
What are you talking about? You're going to have to be more specific, because right now, Sean, all of us are experts.
Yes, we are.
This was an actual expert on submersibles who said this thing is only in one of 2 places. It is either on the surface of the water or at the bottom with Titanic wreckage, or somewhere at the bottom.
So look at the link I just sent you. Might have to skip over what this girl is talking about because she's green screening it, but it has a digital graph of how low compared to the Statue of Liberty and then the Eiffel Tower.
So I just want to show you guys how far down the Titanic is, where the submersible might be located. When I tell you they are way down there, they are way down there. Again, they have no GPS on the
Yeah,
sub.
this is a graphic I've seen before.
I've seen this graphic without the narration, which means
They're
this
like
girl
way down there, you guys.
This girl has nothing to do. She found this and goes, "Here's my in. Here's my TikTok. I'm going to use this exact same video. Just tell people, look, they're like way down there."
The graphic shows like the Statue of Liberty underwater, and then the tallest building, and then the Burj Khalifa, and then they keep going down and
The
down.
only way to find their location is the ship above. They receive text messages from a submersible, and that's how they just triangulate their location to find the Titanic.
I was blown
This is a
away by
very,
how
very
deep
scary
it
situation.
is.
It is wild
Everyone
how
is
deep
hoping
down
and
they
praying that
are.
They are alive.
If they're at the
just
bottom.
on the surface of the ocean somewhere. But let me know what you guys think about this animation.
What? This animation that I didn't make.
Just let me know what you think
What
about
do you
it.
think about this? I worked on it for hours and hours.
Yeah, look at the Eiffel Tower, and they're deeper than that.
I want to see if they know more about what this knocking was, because that's so key. There's less than 24 hours, and there's a press conference later today that we'll tune into.
I mean, I think the thing that I read that made it sound most like this is probably a human thing was that they said the knocking was happening at 30-minute intervals.
Yeah, right.
So that's at least calculated, and it leads me to believe that you could rule out animals.
Right, and that's what they were really leaning into, to think that these were people.
I would go at like 5-minute intervals,
Uh-huh.
maybe.
I would
just keep
30
going, yeah.
minutes, man. That's like, or just drop a beat or something. 30 minutes, that leaves a window of time where they could fly over and miss you.
And what do you do? Just punching the side of this ship and hitting it as hard as they can, I would guess.
Or they have something they're hitting it with.
Like a hammer?
They grabbed that pole from Camper World, just yanked it off there and started tapping the side of that thing.
This thing is a mess, this whole little submersible that they cannot find right now. But at least there's some hope that they're still alive.
I believe at best we have 25 hours left.
Butch
Less than
Hendrick
that
has
now.
performed surface and subsurface water rescues for more than 30 years. Tuesday night, the founder of this New York-based public safety dive training company told Fox 11 he believes the missing submersible is either tangled in the Titanic wreckage.
Because the debris that is around the Titanic
that would
is
suck.
so intense. To get entangled is quite easy.
Or the 21-foot vessel carrying one pilot and 4 passengers is the victim of a leak.
And very quietly and slowly flooded inside.
Oh, God. That's a bad outcome there. But if they flooded inside, you wouldn't be hearing that knocking.
No.
Unless there's some other notable source of where this would be coming from. So a lot of eyes on this. A lot of people interested in what's going on with this
It's
thing.
morbid, you know. Like,
Yeah.
The idea that we're all just kind of waiting to see if they died or not, and how.
If they survived this somehow, what a story to hear what was going on inside this sub as they were freaking out thinking the end was there. That's going to be interesting to hear if they can find them alive. But today's the day, basically. We're going to figure out if they can locate these people who are knocking, or if they don't find them.
It'll be a miracle.
Yeah, it would. It would be an absolute miracle, but I want to hear what they say at this press conference later today so we can see if they have any more hope. They've got all kinds of like really specialized equipment out there. They've got ships that can drop a line that far down.
In fact, the only place that there's not specialized equipment is inside that submersible.
Yeah, probably would have been worth throwing that in there, huh?
They have a ship that could drop a 2.5-mile line, connect to the submersible, and then reel it back up if they can locate where this thing is. But it's basically you only got one shot moment.
At the end of that line, is there another mini submersible that lets it know where to connect to?
They would.
That's badass.
They would have these submersibles that would go down along with it, and then the submersibles, these submersive vehicles or whatever, would hook it up.
One of the organizations that I think is trying to lend aid to this, and I think honestly is the one that's most capable of, if they're able to scramble in time.
Yeah, that would be huge right now.
Is the company that I was talking about yesterday that just did all those crazy digital scans of the wreckage and has the most like clear and concise footage
they know
and
the
pictures
area
of it,
better than
right?
anybody.
And they've been there most recently.
Right.
So that's Magellan is the organization there, and I think they've tried to scramble. I think they're working with some like Explorers Club that 2 of the people inside the submersible are in.
Yeah.
This ridiculous like go to the most
climb Mount Everest
out there places. One of the guys that's in there, I think it's one of the explorers, like one of the people that paid to be on the submersible, is one of those guys that's like climbed Mount Everest. He has already been into space. He's already been in the Marianas Trench. He's
Right.
like,
He probably would have been like, "Don't do this."
Yeah, well,
Please.
this time last year, he was in space with the Virgin thing, the whatever their thing is called.
Children of the world.
And so now he's missing, and they got a big bill for him if they find him alive. I'm sure the billionaire that's on this thing.
And they had that news report saying that they were being sued.
Oh, were they already?
Yeah, there was
from before.
Yeah, there was like a couple that had paid to do this exact mission, and it was not ready. Something was technically wrong.
Seems that way.
They didn't get their deposit back or something like that, and then they went for it on this other mission. And I guess this couple's still going to sue them.
Well, we'll see what happens today. This is going to be really interesting to watch, and obviously pins and needles for any of the family members. Well, for most of the family members.
Are you going to take it?
Yeah, there's one family member in particular.
I mean, it was. I am so secondhand embarrassment.
you would have been better off saying nothing, pal.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. No one needs to know.
This is so weird. We'll get into what's going on with one of the family members of the people stuck in this submarine that's missing down by the Titanic wreckage. What's going on? That's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical storm watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
Get your tickets now
At AXS.com.
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights,
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage,
At T-Mobile Arena.
streaming live only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now
Before they sell out.
at AXS.com.
That's AXS.com.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded Best Over-the-Counter Medicine and Health Product in Earache Relief by U.S. News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes, downloads beaming from device to device. And any one of them could be a cyber attack. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this security threat is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call or go online today to learn more. Offer ends 7/23/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, installation, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
On the Born to Love podcast, join Ellie Kemper from The Office and comedian Scott Eckert as they speak with celebrity guests about their lifelong passions, from hobbies and cities to holidays, movies, and more.
Love it or loathe it. Foam rollers.
Love it.
Yes!
Get in there. Release that lower back.
I told you, Scott, you can do it on any body part.
I believed you.
Lower back, neck.
Listen to Born to Love with Ellie Kemper and Scott Eckert on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Eating good is about more than just tasty food. Eating good is about doing good, too. And that's exactly what Fresh from Florida is all about. Supporting local Florida farmers, creating jobs in our communities, and of course, making sure you can enjoy all the fresh flavors Florida has to offer. Because produce tastes better when it's grown closer to home. So eat good tonight. Look for the Sunny Fresh from Florida logo where you shop. Learn more at followfreshfromflorida.com.
Donnie Aaron's Fireworks, home of the 3-for-1. Donnie Aaron's 500-gram cakes, 3 for $130. Competitor's price, 2 for $150. Donnie Aaron's rolled back their prices. That's right, Donnie Aaron's Fireworks rolled back their prices. More 3-for-1s and 2-for-1s than ever. Largest selection of Black Cat in Florida. Open 7 days. Best quality, lowest prices. Donnie Aaron's arsenal of fireworks. Turnpike and Glades Road, Boca Raton. Why shop anywhere else?
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
GiveMeTheVin.com created the computer site Unseen Bid. All these copycats, they take your information and they sell it to 3, 4, 5, 6 other dealers. We do not do that. When you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, we treat you like a customer, not a number. We pay the most, we pay fast, and we take care of you because you're our customer. And that's why our reviews are awesome. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer for a reason.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm back. And look at all the fresh from Florida produce I brought home. You have heard of Fresh from Florida, right?
Fresh I have.
That's refreshing to hear.
Fresh from Florida produce is fresh as fresh can get.
And if we're going to freshen up daily meals, it's refreshing to know that locally grown Fresh from Florida produce is available year-round.
Well, that's a breath of fresh air. Got anything else?
I'm fresh out.
Look for Fresh from Florida where you shop. Learn more at followfreshfromflorida.com.
Good Greek moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Boynton Beach, we've had police activity for some time. Avoid this area, Seacrest Boulevard between Boynton Beach Boulevard and at Gateway. Use Federal Highway instead. And make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the ride today. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcasts.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. They're best friends. Unless they're fighting. Are they fighting? It's the News Junkie.
All my life, they be trying to keep me down.
We'll get to this cringe family member of somebody who is missing on this Titanic search submarine, and it is a lot of cringe, just warning you in advance. But we've figured out something, I think, here, or at least some potential options as to how this plane, because they said a plane was flying over the water, and that's what heard, like, the knocking coming from this sub.
Was the plane's intention to look for them, or they just happened to be going by?
No, they sent it out there just for this. And C-Lane said, somebody said the plane, like, drops stuff in the water, and the whatever's dropped in the water detects these noises.
Like a sonar beacon.
Yeah, so like it drops it down. Kind of think of in Twister when they had the machine and all the balls go up into the tornado. It's like that, but they drop into the water.
Finger of God.
And those things can determine whether or not there's any noise coming. And they said that heard knocking. So that would maybe mean that these people are still alive, which would be fantastic as long as they could get to them in time. But this, oh God, reading this is just so difficult. It's a lot of cringe. And it's one of the guys who's a family member. In fact, his stepfather, is on this Titanic submarine that's missing, right? And he was going to a Blink-182 concert. And the first thing he did was he tweeted everybody in Blink-182.
Why?
And he said, my stepdad Amish is on this submarine lost at sea.
Is it Amish or Hamish?
Hamish, one of the two. Is on this submarine lost at sea. I'm devastated, but coming to the San Diego show tonight so you guys can give me hope and cheer me up.
So you want a little shout out at the concert, huh?
That's what he's looking for here. And he goes black heart emoji and then prayer emoji. And it's so weird. Somebody who responded says, as the descendant of a Titanic survivor, fireman not first class, you and your family are in our prayers. It's just so weird to like be posting this stuff. And I think we all agreed in the studio, we're like, if you want to go to the Blink-182 concert, go to the Blink-182 concert. But the idea that you're posting it and saying like, my pops would have wanted me to be here.
I mean, and then continued. Like, I think he had posted on Facebook as well. It might be distasteful being here, but my family would want me to be at the Blink-182 concert. It's my favorite band and music. Helps me in difficult times.
This is a silver spoon kid. This is somebody who's grown up where they're like, what?
You don't need to post it. Go to the concert then. Fine. You probably got tickets a long time ago.
Well, I guess he's really, really a strange person too, because if this is correct, somebody attached his name to this story, and they said that dude got arrested in 2021 for making threats to attack people at a concert.
Okay.
He also harassed and stalked Alice in Wonderland. Absolutely no one should want that guy at their show. So he's been in trouble for stuff at concerts before. And this weirdo is posing it. He's like, yep, Pops is in the submarine. He's down there, but, I got to go see Blink.
This for sure. Yeah. Difficult times.
I'm going to go out and hang out with my friends and watch some Blink-182.
Douche.
Very, very weird and very, very strange behavior. But,
another part is, and I think it's strange behavior, but the person that says, as the descendant of a Titanic survivor.
Can you really make claim to that?
I'm sorry. Do we really put a whole lot of importance on the descendants of Titanic survivors?
It's like trying to match that if you said I'm a descendant of a slave, right? There's a huge difference. Somebody went on a fancy boat that hit an iceberg.
I mean, I could
and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, and the other person went through something where it's like, obviously going to have an impact on the family tree from there on out. That's weird to say that too. As a descendant of a Titanic survivor,
Holocaust survivor would be, it would be something that's important too. But
those are the ones that make sense.
But they're still looking for your stepdad, man.
Oh God, man! And by the way, okay, again, we all said
maybe if the Blink-182 concert was like tonight, when at the very end of all that oxygen.
When we all said like, hey, go to the concert but don't post it. I think all of us in this situation would be sitting there by every phone watching everything we could to try to stay up with what was happening with our parents.
Wouldn't go to the concert.
It would probably turn our life upside down just to try to see if there's anything possible that we could do or anybody we could connect to the rescue efforts or whatever. Holy cow. Just the level of detachment there is just insane to me.
Did they end up saying anything at the concert? Do we know?
I didn't hear.
I think we would know if they did.
Yeah, if they didn't, I'm glad they ignored that. Dennis on YouTube says, LOL shouldn't have posted that, but also what's he supposed to do? He's not Aquaman. Well, it's not about what you're supposed to do. It's what you're not supposed to do. What's a weird look?
Yeah.
And that's a weird look.
I went to a Mumford & Sons concert while my girlfriend was in the hospital, but I didn't post about it.
Did you feel bad about it?
A little.
Still got that Mumford & Sons concert, though.
And she still married me.
Ricky on YouTube says the plane is called
Did she know you went to the concert?
Yeah,
though?
a P3 Orion. Let's see if we can find out more about that. A P3 Orion is what he says is the name of the plane that caught these signals. Before we go to you and your dispatches, that, friends, is how you join us on the show, and it's easy. Go to thenewsjunkie.com, follow the directions there. You'll see where you can record a dispatch. There was an insane prison riot in Honduras yesterday. At all places, this was at a women's prison in Honduras, and a riot broke out. Get this, at least 41 women are dead.
Whoa.
Most of them burned to death.
Jesus.
In violence the country's president blamed on street gangs that often wield broad power inside prisons. 26 of the victims were burned to death. The others shot or stabbed at this prison when there was a huge uprising and just scenes of absolute chaos. You know, you think about going to prison in the United States, you're like, oh, God, I never want to go to prison. Prison in some of these other countries, Central American, South American countries, Middle Eastern countries, woof, it's a whole different experience over there. It is a real tough go.
That's a no thank you for me.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that one down, too, just like I'm going to turn down the Titanic subdive. Not going to be doing that. All right, let's check in with you. There's a ton of people who are chiming
buoy
in.
thing looks pretty cool. I just sent you.
Is this the plane?
Just sent you a link of it's the plane, but it's mostly the deployment of the thing.
All right, this P3 sono buoy deployment. It says. All right, there's a plane flying overhead.
Green light.
Right now, it looks like it's about to bomb the sea.
This looks old school.
Oh wow! So it drops out like these little projectiles. They have tiny parachutes, I think, on them. They go into the water. Oh, and then it goes ways down, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's it going. There's something went down and something
One
went
part
up.
fills up with air and stays on the surface. A couple more parts.
Holy cow, it's really involved.
It's like an underwater rocket. Like there's stages of it.
Yeah, this looks like a NASA mission underwater. Like the rocket thing landed. One part goes down, the other part goes up with like a floaty, and then all kinds of technology is unfurling out of this thing. And that's how they were able to hear that there was some knocking going on. Pretty incredible, actually, that they're able to do this. And hopefully they can use that kind of technology to find exactly where this damn sub is. Okay, over to you. Here is Guitar Slinger. Oh, no. He's done a song about this, I think.
Are you sure about that?
I'm going to put it on him, not us.
We went down in a cheapo submarine, a cheap-ass submarine, a cheap-ass submarine.
Dude.
And if I could pee this long, this steady, I wouldn't be over 55.
Thank you, Guitar Slinger.
Can I request you don't do dispatches by that thing anymore?
Yeah, it's a little weird, that noise.
Distracting.
Here's the drunken mailman.
Hey, junkies, happy Fruits on the Street Day.
Hey.
Hey, this sub story, man, this has a movie written all over it. Whether or not they rescue them or they all die, man. It's got filled with drama, suspense.
It's dark.
Some action. It's a thriller. Man, I guarantee you this will be in the theaters in about 5 years.
I say less.
Wiggle, wiggle. Blue, blue, blue.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are really watching what's going on with this because it is interesting and kind of gripping, and you feel for, or at least some people feel for, the folks that are in this submarine and the folks that are out there trying to rescue them, and just a clock ticking down right now. Less than 20 hours, according to the BBC. They said...
I've seen a bunch of things that are like a movie on Netflix next year.
Right.
And then there's one person that was like, that is asinine. I was like, is it, though?
Yeah, I mean,
is it really?
Why would they not be able to
Do
crank
you
it
not
out?
know how some of these things, how fast-tracked they can be these days?
They could turn around something quick for sure. Here they are talking about how much time they've got left.
So based on information that the operator provided, they indicated that they have an emergency life support system on board to provide oxygen for approximately 96 hours. I understand that is a difficult calculation to predict because it's based on the number of occupants and their consumption. But we
the consumption's an important part there because, like I said yesterday, if they are panicking because they think they're going to die,
that's true.
In an inescapable tube at the bottom of the ocean, they're going to consume that oxygen much faster.
You're right. Their panic could actually make it worse.
I do wonder because there's the idea that the power is out and therefore they're like extremely cold. If that would slow down their breathing and take up less oxygen.
How cold would it be in a situation like that? Like down below, if they're way down on the bottom, obviously it's just completely different than if they were up at the top.
I mean, like where sunlight doesn't go?
Yeah, I mean, they would.
Very, I mean, I imagine it's in the 30s, 20s.
I would imagine it had to
Even
be pretty
colder.
cold. Maybe he mentions this.
At a period of time about 20 hours from now into tomorrow morning that we may be at the end of that 96-hour window.
So he's saying about 20 hours. And C-Lane said people are starting to point their fingers at the U.S. Coast Guard and blame the Coast Guard for slowing the process down.
The Magellan Company said yesterday that the Coast Guard was dragging its feet. And I'm
Why?
like, you only have a couple days. Maybe do the finger pointing later.
Right.
I mean, I know where all those fingers are going to point. At this expedition company.
Yeah, they're already getting a ton of heat.
And I've seen a lot of comments, and I don't think they're without merit, that are suggesting that we are trusting this company who has declared that they have 96 hours of air for five people.
Mm-hmm.
And just taking their word from it.
Yeah.
When we've looked at everything else about this submersible, all the do-it-yourself parts and stuff that they've done to build this thing, and gone, that's not so good.
Yeah, I guess you could say that their calculation should be in question right now, based on
everything
the
else is in question. Why not question that?
Here's Diana. She's talking about why the knocking from this Titanic sub exploration thing is a 30-minute interval.
Hey, junkies. Regarding the 30-minute intervals, I learned yesterday I learned that I think sea captains or sea crew are trained to do 30-minute intervals as kind of an SOS.
Really?
I read about it on Reddit, of course, so I'm sure you could look it up there. But just a little input as to why it's 30 minutes. Happy Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Thank you, Diana. Appreciate you. Over on YouTube, Papa Shroom says they do sometimes provide anti-anxiety medication for emergency situations, C-Lane. So maybe they go down with
a bottle
something.
of Xanax?
I guess so. I'd take all of them.
Yes,
Do
I
they
would.
provide other things?
I don't know.
For this kind of situation?
You're talking about like alcohol? Or you're
I'm
talking about
the
end of
the end.
Oh, like a cyanide capsule
Yeah.
situation? I would have taken that in the first hour. Bit the cyanide pill. They're like, wait, hold on. We might have some hope
If they got
here.
rescued on Sunday, they'd be like, what happened to Sean?
We just started the mission.
The lights flickered, and he just popped that thing.
You know him. He had no hope. He thought it was over immediately. Quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from more of you. Plus, this person that's been emailing him. Man, this gentleman is very, very upset.
More than one email.
Oh, yeah. I've got several right here just from this morning.
Oh, my. Okay.
We'll see what's going on with this guy. What's he so mad about? It's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical storm watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Our mission at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, is to fight to get you more. So far, we've recovered more than $15 billion in compensation for our clients. Injured? You deserve more. More lawyers, more offices, and more support staff nationwide than any other injury law firm. Contact Morgan & Morgan today. Just dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Want to improve your marksmanship while saving ammo and saving money? Get better faster with the Mantis X dry fire training system.
It's time to shoot tighter groups.
The Mantis X dry fire training system.
Score 97, bang on the money.
The Mantis X is a smart sensor that fits any weapon with a rail or adapter, pairing to your smartphone or tablet. Analyzes your shooting and tells you how to improve.
Mantis.
94% of shooters improve after just 20 minutes.
X.
Go to MantisX.com.
MantisX.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
There are plenty of thrills at Gulfstream Park during the Royal Palm Meet with live racing Friday through Sunday and simulcast opportunities 7 days a week. Come out and enjoy the Summit of Speed, the Florida Sire Stakes Series, and a whole lot more. Watch the action from our Trackside Carousel Club, our Feast in 10 Palms restaurant with an elevated view of the track. For stake schedules, reservations, tickets, and more, head to GulfstreamPark.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Second half of the year looking busier than the first? Hire with Indeed. Their powerful platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates in one place. Sponsor a job and immediately get a short list of quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
You may not have heard the term fiduciary, but if you're working with a financial professional, it's important to know what a fiduciary means. A fiduciary, per license, has the duty to put the client's best interests first. In other words, your interests over our own. My name is Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and as a fiduciary, we must choose the best investment product available and have reasonable basis for that advice. Most financial professionals are simply paid a commission for selling you a product. Trajan Wealth is fee only, which means we're paid a low, flat fee, and that gives us incentive to grow your portfolio because our interests are aligned. If you're working with someone who is more interested in selling you a product or seems more interested in making a quick commission, then call me, Jeff Jr., and our team of fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 561-390-1000 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Hey, it's the Greek. When you come home and your AC is down, it's like missing one number in the lottery. It's not a good feeling. Well, Filter by HVAC Solutions can help you with all your AC needs. Tune up for your AC, AC's installed, or any repairs, 24-hour emergency number. You got to give these guys a call because when it's hot and you come home and there's no AC, you're not happy. 855-4FL-HVAC. You need to stay cool this summer. Experts are calling for a very hot summer. And just like when your car needs a tune-up, your AC can need a tune-up. Normally $99, mention a Greek and get it for $49. 855-4FL-HVAC. Filter by HVAC Solutions. Cares about their customers and want to keep you cool this summer. Call them today. 855-4FL-HVAC. Stay cool, baby. Peace.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
We have had police activity in Boynton Beach most of the day. Avoid the area, Seacrest Boulevard. Between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Gateway, your best alternate there is Federal Highway. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
The visual aid you need for all the freaky stuff we talk about on the radio. Find it at realradio921.com. Filling in the gaps between the New York Times and World Star. This is the News Junkie.
It's a good day for me, a good day to see my baby colors, my sisters and
tips at thenewsjunkie.com. And Alan emails.
Alan?
And boy, does Alan email. We're going to call him Angry Alan because he's generally very angry about something.
Angry Alan?
At all of us or one of us?
Some of this is directed at me. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's almost like he listens to the show, and boy, does he listen to the show. And then he live tweets basically.
Oh, he's writing down notes as soon as they're off the air. Gonna send something.
You know what? Maybe he's got one of those devices. So keep listening, keep reporting back on all the things that upset you, Angry Alan. Just let us know. He emailed at 4:39 a.m. and he said, "Jesus. So now the News Junkie promotes murderers' music? You should be ashamed of yourselves."
Shame.
Angry Alan says, well, Angry Alan, if you want to listen to murder-free music, you're going to have a tough time. Some of the bigs out there have murdered people. Keith Moon murdered a guy, right? Sid Vicious from the Sex Pistols murdered a guy.
Okay.
Vince Neil, they used to call him Vince Neil when he was fat, when he was in his fat days. Vince Neil from Motley Crue killed a guy. Phil Spector, that guy produced a lot of huge music and
Wall
killed
of
a guy.
Sound,
Yep.
Hall of Murder.
All of those. Murder music. And this is stupid. How dumb is this? I said the song was good. I said, I think the guy seems a little guilty, but, he's also innocent until proven guilty, and that's why he's going through the court process
And
right now.
upon talking about said song that you now love to jam to,
Oh, it's good. I listened to it again yesterday.
we talked about how the guy was up for murdering somebody. So it's like we gave the warning. All are here that listen are adults for the most part, and you have the free will to decide whether or not you want to listen to murder music.
I don't think anybody said, this guy's a great guy.
Oh, by the way, he murders.
I don't vouch for that guy. I'm just talking about it. But Angry Alan emailed again at 5:43 a.m., and he said...
He was just pacing around for that 1 hour.
He's so heated.
I don't know if I should or not.
Smoke coming out of his ears, and Angry Alan hits the keyboard again, and he says, Juneteenth isn't even recognized by Florida, but the news junkie will use any excuse not to work. Angry Alan, very angry
All right,
about
there's
that.
two things in there. One of them is not correct. Juneteenth is now a federal
holiday.
So it kind of has to be recognized
It doesn't
by Florida.
need to be a state holiday.
The second thing is only mildly correct. Because, yes, sometimes we will use any excuse not to work. But in this case, we got an email from our boss that said we are taking it's a company holiday, and we are using it.
I didn't even know we had one until like Thursday or Friday. I was unaware.
It was the day I got back from New York. I read this is what's happening this week, and it was like, hey, next week we got Monday off, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it's my fourth Monday off or my fourth 4-day week in like a row.
And you text the group, and it's like, we all have Monday off, and Sean immediately responds, really? And then I said, wait, I'm confused. I thought you guys were taking off with me. And then we all learned that Juneteenth
Free day.
now an official holiday, which I appreciate.
Because it's a federal holiday, it doesn't matter, Alan. So you're kind of stacking up the L's here. It's not working out for you so far.
Sorry, Alan.
But he emailed again, Angry Alan, to tips@thenewsjunkie.com, 8:52 a.m. He says, more inaccurate news. The Marlin had scars from being attacked previously, not wounds from being attacked while being caught, says Angry Alan.
Isn't that exactly what we said happened to the Marlin?
Here's the thing. Nobody knows when the Marlin got bit by the shark. We don't even know really if it was a shark, but it seems like it would have been a shark. Nobody knows if it was during the 4 or 5 hours that they were reeling this thing in. It took hours and hours and hours, maybe even longer than that.
Alan, go touch some grass, man. You're really stressed out, especially that early in the
so
morning.
Angry. This guy, he really gets heated up. It's not the first time. If you look for him in Tip's email, he does this all the time.
But he finally made it to the air.
Yeah, and another L on that, by the way, because it looks like it was very much possible that the shark may have bitten it during the time they were reeling this animal in. But an update on that. Captain, the owner of Sensation, that's the boat that went out and caught that big, giant marlin, 619 pounds this thing, is not going down without a fight. They're fighting back. Of course they are, because they missed out on about $3 million in prize money. I would be fighting back too. They said Sensation owner Ashley Blue said on Monday he's filed a protest after the decision was made that his fish was disqualified after it had a shark bite mark on it. Despite a more than 6-hour fight that resulted in the blue marlin boated and the crew returning to have it weighed late Saturday, the Big Rock Blue Marlin Committee ruled that the fish had been disqualified. He's got a lawyer. He's lawyered up. He got a fish lawyer that specializes in this, I would assume.
Aquaman.
And this person is
Attorney
going
at law.
to fight for them to try to get their money that they believe they deserve. It would have been $3.5 million, and they're fighting back on that. There is much more coming out about this whole Titanic wreckage, submersible missing thing. In a little over an hour, there's going to be a press conference, and we'll go to that to see if they have any additional information about whether they got hope. You know, do they think that they are going to find these people alive? What is there, 5 people on board the submersible, I think? I think there's 5 total people.
Yes.
And if they've heard something.
One of them has been to Titanic a lot.
One of them has been a bunch of times, yeah.
Like, I think he went on an expedition to start getting artifacts, like salvaging artifacts. And he might be the reason for those, those little, like, tours that go around that are like, ooh, we have plates and forks from the Titanic.
They had
Come
one of those
see.
in town one time.
Yeah, and he might have been part of the mission that went down and got some of those. But that guy, the French explorer, he's been down a lot.
And one of the other people who's been in this submersible and visited the Titanic was like, nobody ever said this was safe. Right? Like, nobody ever said this was a safe journey. And, of course, that's right. Like, there's some inherent danger. But it's not about whether or not it's safe or not safe. It's whether or not this company was somehow negligent, and that led to these people being put in the situation that they're in right now. But so many people, like in that CBS report about this submersible that they're looking for, this Titanic sub, they were literally laughing. They were laughing about how janky this thing is. They were like, look at all these parts. They just kind of got this stuff from the corner store and put this thing together. And the reporter was laughing about the release that he had to sign and all that stuff. There was just a lot of that. Let's see what this guy says. This is one of the guys who's been on this submersible, I guess.
Do you think that this vessel is safe? no one ever said the vessel was safe, and Stockton Rush never said it was safe. So I get the concerns now. There's been an emergency. There's been a catastrophic failure, and there's a tendency to look back, and the tone is, oh, it's got camp parts. It's unreliable. No one ever said it was safe. Stockton Rush didn't say it was safe. Everyone that participated signed an agreement or signed a acknowledgement that they could die or be grievously injured.
Yeah, but we sign those things for all kinds of stuff. You still have an expectation of some level of safety.
Right.
If you skydive, you sign a form, I'm sure.
If you go ziplining, if you do any sort of, I feel like if you do the slingshot at some parks, you sign a waiver, but you still don't want to die, and there is some sort of responsibility if you die.
If you went on the slingshot and it just shot you right up in the air, and you just go flinging up in the air, and you crash down on the asphalt afterwards, are they going to be like, nobody ever said it was safe? You signed this whole release here, and that shows you that you were aware of the danger. It doesn't make it so you signed a release, you knew there was a danger here, there's no responsibility. I don't agree with that.
The fact that you use a game controller does not mean anything. This is a sophisticated, state-of-the-art piece of equipment, and it was operated quite efficiently with a game controller, so I'm not sure what the point is. I understand where you're going with that, because there has been a catastrophic event, but no, I do not think that it was poorly planned. I think it was an inherently risky operation, and it was very dangerous. No one ever said it wasn't.
So he's lining up and defending, it seems, the folks who operate the submarine, and saying, look, this was just one of the risks. This is what you risk when you go out and
But how many of those risks were avoidable?
That's the big question. Yeah, how many of these problems were just like
Because there have been missions to see the Titanic in the past. It didn't end like this.
This thing has been down many times. And Sealand was pointing out earlier, like the front of it is, like you said, kind of like an eyeball. And the iris part is where there's glass, and you can look out and see the Titanic wreckage and stuff, right? So that's all good. But I think you saw the thing that I saw where they put some like different bolts on there to make it so it protruded a little bit further from the sub, and they were just saying like they went and got bolts from like a corner store, like bolted this thing on and like hand tightened some bolts down or whatever. There was some things that I saw that don't look very good. Maybe they were totally on top of things, but I think the criticism even this early on is fair. Maybe you disagree. Send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com to do that. We got a couple more here. We're working one more right now. Here's the Brown Pony.
Do you think the Titanic sub people have had that moment already where they look around, they're like, hey, man, mouth to mouth. Let's get that last number 3 in.
Whoa.
We're talking about sex party? Sex party?
All right.
Okay.
Five guys getting wild.
You know how gross it probably is in there right now?
Sweaty farts.
Technically, since they're all 5 guys, they could maneuver like a human centipede type thing, you know.
Sure.
And then someone saves them, and they're like, oh, we definitely thought we were going to die.
Nobody talk about that. We never bring that up.
Alan's getting his next email ready.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got so much more to get into. We got this press conference on the way. We got Fritz on the street on the way. A lot going on a busy Wednesday, and it's coming up next on the News Junkie.
This must be why God created YouTube. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio.
Tropical storm Brett is expected to pack a bit stronger punch on its way toward the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center's Robbie Berg says seeing a storm like Brett this early in the season is unique.
Really, what we see in June doesn't have a direct correlation to what we expect to see for the rest of the year. Now, that said, we still need to be prepared. We could be busy, and people need to be ready for, a hurricane or tropical storm impact anytime during the hurricane season.
Tropical Storm Watch is in effect for Barbados, Dominica, Martinique, and St. Lucie. Remember, you can always track the tropics at our website. Just click on Operation Storm Watch.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we move through our Wednesday afternoon, getting hot once again with temperatures near 90. And we'll see thunderstorms rolling through the area during the later part of the day and lingering into the evening. A couple of severe storms are possible once again, with gusty winds as our biggest threat. We'll see some heavy downpours as well. Some storms could linger late tonight.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer,
Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcasts.
The News Junkie is brought to you by Gordon and Partners. ForTheInjured.com, 561-333-3333.
There's plenty of thrills at Gulfstream Park during the Royal Palm Meet with live horse racing action Friday through Sunday. For stake schedules, reservations, tickets, and more, head to GulfstreamPark.com.
We're Storm Smart. Here in Florida, that's a name people trust. For over 26 years, we've been making Storm Catcher Screens, the leading hurricane safety product on the market, protecting over 90,000 Florida homes in communities just like yours. And while storms may come and go, one thing's for sure, Storm Smart's here to stay. Day in and day out, we'll be here, working harder to make sure you can breathe a little easier. SMART is protecting our community today and tomorrow.
When you open your hopper, you don't fill it with just any hardwood pellets, right? You fill it with Kingsford 100% hardwood blend pellets. Made right here in the USA with North American ingredients and a 100% natural hardwood blend, Kingsford pellets can be used on any pellet grill and add delicious smoky flavor to any meal. Kingsford's the name you trust for the low and slow cooking you crave. So look for Kingsford 100% hardwood blend pellets. Kingsford.com.
If you've fallen out of love with your home, maybe you just need a refresh. Contact CertaPro Painters and we'll put the power of pro to work for you. That's CertaPro's power to transform living rooms and rejuvenate kitchens. The power to get the job done right, on time, and within your budget. Get that lovin' feeling back with the help of CertaPro Painters. Start your project at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Hey shoppers, this is your local farmer letting you know that Florida watermelon is in season and available in the produce section right now. Whoa, hey, careful now. There's plenty of juicy watermelon and other tasty Florida-grown produce for everyone. I mean, all you have to do is ask for Fresh from Florida or look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo while you shop. We're going to need a lot more help at checkout.
Why do you change your car's air filter? Because when it's clogged, it doesn't work. The same is true of your nose, the body's air filter. It's great at trapping allergens, dust, and viruses, but unless you clean it regularly, they can stay trapped, making you miserable. I'm Martin Hogue, inventor of Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping to flush out allergens, mucus, and germs. Here's a testimonial from a verified purchaser and a big Navage fan. Quote, I've been suffering for 30 years with chronic sinus infections and allergies. I stumbled across Navage. The suction is amazing. It cleared my sinus cavities better than anything I've tried before. Unquote. Navage has over 120,000 reviews with a 4.6-star average written by people who use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. Wash your body's air filter with Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen for free, anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Here's traffic. on Real Radio.
Police activity in Boynton Beach, Seacrest Boulevard between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Gateway Boulevard. This has been going on most of the day. Avoid the area. Use Federal Highway instead. 95 in the Turnpike, looking good along the Palm Beaches. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeartRadio station. Forever hovering over life's great dump button. You're listening to the News Junkie.
A couple kids with a lover's leave. We had a long, long list from writing all our dreams down.
Hello. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. To all our friends, whether you're listening in Orlando, in West Palm on the Treasure Coast, or in Dallas, or anywhere else where you could get this radio show, we love you. We appreciate you. Thanks for making us successful. It's because of you that we get to do this.
Aww.
Tips at thenewsjunkie.com. Jesse emails, and he says, choking on whiskey. Jesse says, hey, I was listening yesterday. I wanted to say I've definitely been there. If you missed this, I was telling this story, my near-death experience.
Yeah.
Right on death's door.
I mean, it's a loose term, but okay.
My whiskey shot went like right into my lungs or something. And all of a sudden, I had the most shallow breath I've ever had in my entire life. Like I needed to be on a damn iron lung or something.
Okay.
And I couldn't shake it for a couple of minutes, and Courtney's just staring at me, and my eyes are watering like a hose is running down my face. I look like the Michael, is it a Michael Jordan, the gif where he was crying down his face?
Halle Berry when she got her first Oscar?
I look like that, but in real life. And so that's what he's talking about. He said, in my case, I was taking a shot of NyQuil, and it went down the wrong pipe. Because it's a thicker syrup, I couldn't just cough it out. My girlfriend just stood there in shock while I struggled to breathe. I straight up thought I was going to die. I was so damn scared. I am alive, though. Thanks, you guys are the best, says Jesse. Sorry about your luck there, Jesse, but glad you're alive and that you have survived.
Can both of you just get it together, please? Maybe use a straw?
Hey, it's an affliction. It's not our fault. It's something that's wrong internally with us, I think. There's my gate that controls whether it's open to my stomach or to my lungs is broken. Something in there is not working correctly.
So you've choked since?
No, I tried it last night. I was working on it, making sure everything was okay.
You're trying to choke again?
No, I was just taking shots and making sure, the whole system functioned the way it was supposed to.
Good.
And that testing worked out well for me. So far, so good. And have not died yet, as you could tell from the sound of my voice. This would almost kill me, though. This would almost do me in. And I want to know what you guys would do in this situation here, because this is a nightmare.